talking about.
Well, not just 3 other idiots, but now 6 of them. You ever seen a Dragonborn lose its scales from stress? You're about to. I mean, like I said, y'all, I just went basic character. I didn't think of anything extreme. Hi, Dan.
Fellows.
I thought just going for a regular Dragonborn Paladin was just basic and it was just nice for a first time thing.
You're talking about your paladin for the PvP?
Yeah. Yeah. He's not very unique, but it's fine.
Dude, I went all out for my thing.
I saw. I saw the picture you sent me. I had no doubt.
Oh. Hardest thing. Making art for it.
Mine wasn't very hard. I just used Hero for it.
See, I found out something about myself recently. I'm quite a perfectionist for art.
Fair enough.
Sad thing is, it runs in the family. I told my aunt, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm like that," and she's like the only artist in the family.
I might have just had a lot of fun with my character, honestly.
More fun you have, the
Oh
better.
no. Oh yeah, I don't know how well it's gonna go mechanically, but it's gonna be fun. Since I don't have to control just one person.
I've been down to play Paladin, to be honest. I've been wanting to play Paladin for like months. Because I actually had another idea for a backup for Rob's game that I wanted to try.
Hey now. Don't be thinking that.
Dude.
we need everyone that we can get right now.
It's like making a backup character is the first step to killing your main.
Oh,
What do you mean? I have like 6 backups in case Daisy
Look how many times
dies.
Dunes almost died already? Why don't you think I have a backup already?
But
To
being
be
excited
fair,
about an alternative class is the first step of killing your
There
main.
you go.
to be fair, I will say, with these fights that happen, and sometimes them being usually pretty close calls,
Yeah.
I don't blame you guys when you say that you make secondary characters.
After I shot the Dragon Riders, or the Dragon's quote or comma rider, and the dragon whipped its head toward me, a tiny rabbit. I went, I really should have made a second character, shouldn't I? And then I started making a second character.
It's just that realization of, boom, nice. Oh shit, consequences.
Man, that was a great shot. Looks at me. Oh yeah, it's still alive though.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you.
I killed the rider. You can still think. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
No,
I'm not going to mention any specific things about making a character than them dying. Just going to cough hex.
Shut your mouth. Okay. I know. I deserve that. I deserve it. I deserve that.
To be fair,
The entire reason Hex is this is because Hectic got excited about a whole nother character.
No, it's not exactly that. We needed a melee character, so I offered to sacrifice Bartholomew for a melee character.
We need a melee character.
See,
But
we could have
my
been
melee
used
character died in the very next session. Took poisonous spiders.
We needed a melee character. Meanwhile, Roger.
Well, you're the only one. You're the only one.
Look,
apparently that's all you needed.
All I'm gonna say, it used to be 2 of us, and then a mirror happened.
Yeah,
and then
mirrors.
I kept making melee characters, and they all somehow died. Like somehow they rushed
Somehow
in and
everybody died. Unlike somehow Palpatine returned, somehow the melee disappeared.
Yeah, somehow Vadim died. Somehow Xana died. Somehow
Michael died.
Pistola died.
I regret absolutely nothing. I don't care if I killed any of your characters. It was completely for the play,
Son of a
and
bitch.
I absolutely loved it every
I
single
got
step.
your character killed so hard, Rob. I got him killed so badly. I didn't even think twice about it.
I will
was like,
say
oh,
the
no.
only one that I actually feel bad about is the freaking spider fan room. That is the only one that I actually do
Oh.
feel bad about.
Some mass murders what that
was
was.
wild though. That one was
That is the
wild.
actually only one I honestly do feel bad about because that was a fucking quadra kill.
Was that
Yeah.
Rot?
No, that was
You were heading for that
Scorchicus.
penta, but you
That
missed
was
your chance.
Scorchicus.
Oh, that
That
was
was
Scorchicus.
Scorchicus.
Okay.
Scorchicus, yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. If Scorchicus was any other race, he'd be considered suicidal. So
Yeah.
Praise
about-
Mephistopheles!
it was about coming anyway.
I was
It was a matter
you
of
wrong.
time.
Because I forgot to ask. Whenever the
Yes.
souls were departing, and when he ever saw the giant fire elemental, what would he have said? When that was
Yeah,
transformed to
no,
fire
you
elemental.
guys did actually see during
Mhm.
that part where all the souls were released that you did see him going up only to be dragged down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got dragged into the lava and
No, yeah,
praised
yeah, I mean,
Mephistopheles as his way went down.
If he saw the giant fire elemental in the room, what would he have said as he's heading down to the lava?
He would have not recognized the fire elemental as its master because he knows who Mephistopheles looks like.
But would he have said, "Oh my God, it's a brother"?
It
You
might be
there,
portrayed as,
mere imitation! Be
I was gonna
gone!
say, an imposter. Yeah. I'm
And
sure
I said,
he
"By
would
fire be
recognize him.
purged."
And then Scorchicus died like an insect. Ha.
Yeah.
Nah!
Ragnaros approves of this message.
Hey, Dammy,
Hey,
can you do me a favor?
no.
Okay, fine. Fuck you.
What's up?
Can you come to my server and try to teleport to my quote unquote base? I mean, it's not really a base. It's a thing. Is
At some point.
I'm just
It'll
curious
be
if it functions as a base at all.
It'll be a moment. I know KB's gonna be late because that's his way.
Mhm.
I know he's here, but
Right here.
Not late. 3 minutes late.
He has 5 minutes to mentally prepare himself.
I just figured KB would just log
Yes.
in and then like go drive around town and then come back. He can't be on time. It's not the way. I'll be right back.
I hear evil chuckle from how reassuring.
My assistant found the mic. All right. Let's see. Ooh, we have a whole bunch of mutant people. So I'll give them a few minutes. All right. It is that time. So, I'm going to go ahead and start from the top. Jonathan, are you here?
I am.
Daisy, are you here?
Indeed.
Dune, are you here?
Horizon.
Professor Rudiger, are you here?
Yeah.
Vannon, are you here? Guess not just yet. If you are speaking, Vannon, we cannot currently hear you, sadly. Vrick is currently muted, but I believe that they will be here partially through the session as per always. Harry, are you here?
Yep.
Excellent. So, for those that were not here, or those that do not remember, the group, known as Grave Undertaking, have made their way into the inner circles of the underground market known as AVIN, a collective number of black market organizations and underground empire, well known for their infamous actions throughout the entirety of the empire and their continued actions within the new land of Essrena. You guys have made your way in, discovering little pieces of information as well as trying to discover a number of individuals and members of personal interest to either rescue or take down within the inner circle of Avin. You guys had discovered what seemed to be a tower within the inner circles of Avin that had been avoided by most of the population for quite some time, including the large amount of thick mist that seems to be residing whenever the sun goes down at night. As a large perimeter territory surrounding the tower seems to be completely barren of this particular mist. You guys were able to use some intuition and some previous conversation amongst allies that you have found within Avin and caused a distraction for you guys to enter the tower, only to discover that the previous occupant, one Jazir Brimsor, was a spellcaster of particular high quality, especially given that he apparently had given the Zentarum uh, quite a bit of trouble in the past, which you guys have been taking care of for quite some time. You had heard that this particular Jazir was a thorn in the Zentarum side for quite some time and know him to be quite a powerful spellcaster. After searching his library and discovering a means of uh, finding a powerful looking hourglass and a substance of a silver like bar and a wand, you guys were able to eventually find the protocol 6413 and were able to open the gateway into the hourglass where apparently Jazir was being held captive, slowly being corrupted by apparently the means of the Grand Master and the Zentarum. You guys rushed in, fighting not only the corrupted form of Jazir, but also the guards and number of agents that were currently keeping a hold of him, and were able to escape the place before succumbing to some of your wounds. You were able to escape the main sanctum, seeing the sudden warping sensation passing through the mirror and being sent out into the same space that you guys had previously been before. However, some of you clattering to the ground from the momentum against the floor, as some of you will eventually land on your feet, catching your breath, showing obvious signs of wounds across some of your bodies. However, Daisy, you will see a slight difference amongst one of your party. And you may continue as you guys have made your way out. You are currently in the dusty library, still showing previous signs of the battle from what you know to be a couple of weeks or months before, or perhaps even years. You guys see the hourglass on the table begin to crack and crumble until eventually the glass inside will shatter and leaving only the hourglass base residing at the top. Silence falls, except for the gasped breaths of your surrounding companions.
So, Jonathan, you want to explain why your skin is cracking and why it looks different underneath?
Daisy, you can't just ask why people look.
Harry. As I point my withering staff to Harry.
I'll just
I
kind
underst-
of feel around my face and neck as you do whatever you're saying.
I understand. You may or may not trust this man, Harry. He did indeed help us survive this encounter. But my trust is not so easily earned, even if the person has saved my life once before, and I look at Bennett.
So
Give the man a break, Daisy. He just got the crap beat out of him. Just give him a minute. And I just lean towards
Yes,
the
and I
bookshelf
had a
and sit
giant
down.
sword impale my chest, dude. What's the difference?
Yeah, you did.
as I'm feeling my face and neck, I can tell that things are cracked.
You do reach up. You do feel, as you do pull back, there is obvious signs of uh, obvious degradation. And you do reach around and you do feel along the neck where you had previously grown. You do see that previous patches where you had placed have definitely fallen, showing small patches of the much more pinkish skin underneath.
Okay. Jonathan just kind of furrows his brow. Shit. We need to go somewhere to discuss this, Daisy. But I can tell you that Roguish is aware of what I'm about to tell you.
Very well. Choose the place in this library.
Nobody can eavesdrop. So I'll walk my way over to the far side as best I can.
If you do not mind, as you two are starting to step away, if you are wishing for privacy, you'll see Jazir stepping forwards, raise his hand up.
Oh.
I can provide this. I know that you're saying matters of trust. I apologize for my actions. I was not able to control the power that I have, but I can provide you privacy if you are wishing for it.
Would appreciate it.
Okay. You
I
will
figured
see
he would have caught us
him.
right about there. Yeah.
He will go ahead and take out a few pieces of leaves from his nearby pouch. Look over towards. Let's see. He will
Sorry.
actually move up and will look over towards Daisy's staff. Will point over towards it. As long as you stay within the staff, within the remainder of the next few 8 hours, no particular divination should be able to see you for now. As you'll see him throw out what seems to be a small pinch of diamond dust, which is thrown over the staff towards you, Daisy.
All right.
Any particular arcane casters would recognize that this is indeed a casting of non-detection.
Oh, you can cast spells, huh? That's cool.
I can indeed. I need my rest, of course. And do any of you by chance have a tome?
A what?
A tome. like a large book, very ancient.
Oh, no. No. Don't let her
Right.
carry it. I don't carry a book.
If you're looking for
Right.
yours, it should be in the shelf.
The shelf. Very well. Thank you very much. And he will begin to start stepping away, making his way over towards the bookshelf.
My pile of books still there?
Yes, the pile of books are indeed still there.
Okay, cool. I'm still going to sit where I'm at, just kind of leaning against the bookshelf.
Mhm.
Oh, that was fun. Almost died, but it was pretty great.
Any chance Daisy and I can have privacy, Rob?
Sure.
That's-
Let's go. Okay. So as Daisy and Jonathan make their way around the corner with no means of anyone using any magical detection to hear this conversation, I will go ahead and bring both of you into the private chat.
And I'm keeping my back to the wall, staring at everyone's movements.
Okay.
That's why I chose here. I have a decent 180 degree, and I'm
Alright.
pretty tall. So.
Gotcha.
How good's
Handing
your
you guys
perception?
over. That's a good question.
I mean, passive is 19.
Try me, bitch.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
like, and I know
So,
Daisy's
Yeah,
Professor.
Daisy, what's yours? Like 20?
Yeah.
Yours
28 or
28.
something.
28.
But
As I said, try
So
me, bitch.
yeah, Professor, you do see the pair of them slip away. Vrex seems to be currently rushing over, huddled and like seems to huddle down, beginning to work away at trying to cure any wounds that they currently have. But
Okay.
looks to be at this moment in time just trying to recover from the recent fight. Is anyone wishing to maybe try and get into the conversation?
Dune
Oh,
does
by the
not
way,
care.
Rob, I am placing the thorn wall behind me.
Wow.
Jonathan, you see as Daisy whispers to a glowing green shield neck on her arm, which doesn't even seem to actually like rest as a normal shield would. It seems almost like a buckler or an arm resting shield. And she quietly whispers, and behind her, a large wall of vines, 10 foot tall, immediately erupts from the planks behind her and seems to cut off that space. Daisy, you hear in the back of your mind the
privacy
whispering
appreciated.
of, I too enjoy this privacy, before the fading voice disappears. Anyone
Shall
wishing to
we?
try and interfere with this conversation?
I mean, okay,
Literally
so
not.
just
Dune does not care at
let's,
this point.
if you'd permit me, just so mechanically
Okay.
speaking, Daisy
Yes.
just blocked her entire vision off of that area, so
Technically, yes.
okay.
But that's just vision.
That is
No,
vision.
that's true. That's true. No, you know what? No, you guys have. I'll be fine.
Okay.
I
Like,
can do
remember,
this.
perception is senses other than touch.
Certainly.
Okay. I will pull you guys over and let's see how this
We
works.
I tried to listen if I could. I mean, it's a wall. It's not, or it's like
I
vine
mean,
wall, it's not a solid
sure,
wall.
if you are wanting to try and stealth up and trying to not be noticed.
I mean, try to listen. I'm literally just walking over.
Okay.
What? Like, why does it matter? Like, I can listen in.
Oh. Okay.
It was
I have been
specifically
told
asked that
not
nobody
to.
listens. Literally, everyone's. I specifically said I will only
Yeah.
tell this to Daisy. Nobody else needs to listen. I'm going over here where
needs
we
to
can talk
listen.
privately.
Needs to listen.
Harry, okay, I'm
I
gonna say
would like
this.
to listen.
Okay.
Harry, roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Rec rolls up.
As-
Hello, fellow humans. Private conversation.
Oh.
Professor,
Kidding.
it is quite clear that Harry is starting to
Yeah,
make
no,
his way in the
I'm gonna
direction
say-
towards the wall.
If I see Harry going, can I try to use him as a distraction to get closer myself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's do this.
So, for note, Dune, you are over here with your books.
Yep.
So, to be fair, you probably wouldn't really notice this particular interaction at this
Oh
point.
no, Dune does not care. He is
Dune
happy
does not
with this-
care.
He is
He's
happy with this
happy.
fight. He's happy he got to fight, and he's reading books. Baby
Excellent.
books. He's happy.
Vannon, are you remaining at the front desk? He is still muted.
This is just junk right here next to the desk, right?
Mostly junk, clattered remains that seem to be sticky with what seem to be the remains of these shattered vials of what you would believe to be potions that were left long behind.
Sweet. I'm gonna
Probably
stay
in the
there
sky.
and dig through a bunch of it, see if I can identify any liquids, and just waste time.
All right.
Just do I still have Ozzy in my pocket at this point?
Technically, yes.
That's what saved you, right?
No,
That was my ammo.
Jonathan saved me, yeah. But because Vanna went through and I had Ozzy in my pocket,
Oh,
I
that's
didn't know
right.
if that
Dimension.
killed him
Yeah.
or if he's still in my pocket.
Within this particular realm, you look down into your pocket and Ozzy is in there.
Okay.
Okay. Daisy, you can hear the slight sound of approaching footsteps from behind the vine wall, as you can hear someone is definitely coming that way. Professor, go ahead and do the same, please, for a stealth check.
Okay. Oops. 1 second. Okay.
And move on.
Yes, yes.
Unstoppable force.
Yeah.
My man.
Okay, so as Daisy, you do hear the sounds of footsteps coming from behind the vine wall. Professor, you're able to move up to behind this bookcase and get a much easier angle to catch the conversation.
Okay.
What type of footsteps I hear?
Soft, clearly trying to be unnoticed. However, you will notice in particular Solus. No shoes.
Okay.
mind, I was just walking.
So that's one of 3 people. Okay. So Daisy will yell, Harry, Dune, or Vrek, if you're the one behind this wall, I swear to Sylvanas, I will tie you up and leave you to dry.
Do I
Don't
hear her
tempt
say
me,
this?
Daisy.
I used thaumaturgy.
Okay, I will just yell back. Why would I give a fuck who you're talking to?
Daisy hears in her head, I'm behind many walls.
Bane will say, "Don't threaten me with a good time."
Of course.
Of course he says that.
But hear the footsteps approaching even more or not?
Not particularly. They seem to have stopped.
All right.
But you will know that they haven't moved away either.
I was saying you were supposed to ask that question. You were supposed to tell him that.
Mm. Let's.
So, conversation won't be private. Then
Try.
I will
try
tell
to
you what I can.
whisper as much as you can.
Can I
Yep.
hear that statement?
Yes,
I
you
will.
can very clearly hear that statement.
Oh, I didn't hide it.
I'll call over the wall. Don't worry, I'm here to make sure Daisy's not too mean to you, not the other way around.
I will use the earring. I'm not worried about anything she can do to me right now.
I just don't want to hurt your feelings.
So, I will get right up to her ear if she'll, I'll motion with hands cupped around my mouth and sort of motion to come closer to
She
hear,
approaches.
get right up to her ear.
Okay.
And then I'll make sure that I motion that our mouth will do, I'll speak, you speak. and we'll switch off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, Harry, you are not able to really hear much further since the wall is obscuring your view, unless you are trying to get reasonably closer. Professor, however, you are able to maneuver up to at least listen in. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please, Professor. See how much you actually hear.
You're great at these.
And I would like Jonathan and
Okay.
Daisy
I'll take
to
an
roll
18.
me stealth checks, please.
Take an 18.
Okay. I have disadvantage because I have chainmail. However, this is a
No.
different brand of stealth.
Yes, this is a different brand
Yeah,
of stealth.
yeah, for sure.
So
Okay.
you do not have
You have
disadvantage.
2 exhaustions though, so you still have disadvantage.
That
though,
is
right?
true.
True.
There you
Alright,
go.
I can still
Big
do
EP.
that.
Bro, if he rolls higher than me, I'm gonna die laughing.
Hello, game? Oh. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Am I still able
Okay.
to attempt to
Sick.
see what I hear? You know, like
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please, Harry, but with disadvantage.
with disadvantage.
He's a rabbit. I'm sure he can see what he hears.
Hey, Rob, real quick question. Can I use Ozzy? That was in the chocolate.
Oh my god, I can't. Did you hear me ask about that earlier? Did you just show
Well,
up?
Can I have him walk out and walk like right in front of Davey? I was basically just right here on the side of the bookcase, right here.
Okay. I'm gonna have Ozzy roll me a stealth check, please.
What's a spider stealth bonus?
Because you're dealing with two very, very clearly observant people that are very much trying to be unnoticed and trying to keep this very much quiet.
No, this +4. All right. Oh, this is just a small little spider, nothing significant. So it's 11.
An 11. Okay. Daisy and Jonathan, you will notice what seems to be a small spider just skitter around the bookcase and just sit
Good
down.
Lord.
And just you will notice it just sits and watches the both of you.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. So I'm going to cast Animal Friendship on Ozzy.
Can you do that?
No clue if it's gonna
Sadly,
work.
it does not work
not
since
technically an
it is a
animal.
familiar and it is not a beast.
Worth a
wait,
try.
Man.
do I see if I'm looking through Ozzy's eyes, can I see him cast it?
Yes.
I don't have Ozzy wave with one of his arms.
Okay. This is it.
And I have no
I'm
idea
doing
what
this.
Ozzy is. Can I
For
squash the
fuck's
spider?
sake. Oh god. Actually that's true. Jonathan, roll me an
That's
attack.
fine. Yeah.
Unarmed, I guess. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Vannon, you watch as Jonathan look directly at Ozzy, take the pummel of his blade, and then there is no longer any vision as your connection to Ozzy is completely gone. As there is an immediate sunk on the opposite side of the bookshelf.
I'll
You just
say-
hear Harry like from across the room. Everything okay? I heard a thunk in there.
It's the only
you'll hear,
spider I've
"Hey,
seen in
"You
this
little
library.
bastard."
I was like, I haven't seen any spiders till now in this library.
Oh god. Alright, so
Losing familiar 101.
I will say. I will say the only ones that hear this conversation at the moment will be the professor, Daisy, and Jonathan. Sadly, Harry, because of the wall, you are not able to fully hear any of the conversation. You can hear muffled sounds because of the fact that they are trying to keep quiet behind it. But because of the fact that the wall is there, you're it's hard to properly hear everything.
That's
However,
I'm just here
Professor,
to make
you
sure
are
nobody's too mean to anyone else.
yeah, you're just there to be the third party.
Certainly.
Professor, you sneak up
Chaperone.
right to the corner, using the distraction to maybe get right to the edge, and I will bring you three into the private call.
Beautiful.
Be right back, everyone.
Say he could change the name to like Fly on the Wall, but then it'd be Spider on the Wall, but then it'd be Dead Spider on the Wall.
What I was going to do is use my ability to read people's lips and through Ozzy.
Actually, kind of genius. That's pretty good. If only Ozzy was more stealthy.
Yeah, I mean it's a small spider, but yeah, I have the ability. What you call it? The feat that allows you
I
that
can't
basically
remember.
gives you one of the side things is you get that.
I'm trying to remember what feat that is. Oh man,
I'm gonna make
that's not
sure I get
linguist, is it?
No, there it is. Observant.
Ah, that's the one. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yep. If you see a creature's mouth while it's speaking a language, you understand. You can interpret it what it's saying by reading its lips.
Pretty good. Especially like Vanna,
Like
that's pretty
that
good.
with
Actually.
eagle barbarian, 200.
Oh man, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting.
Like 2 kilometers away, you can read someone's lips.
Oh, he talking mad shit. He's like, who are you talking about?
That duck 3 miles away.
Look at a guy out 3 miles away. Hey you, what's your name? Fuck you.
Oh, it's funny. Oh no, okay.
So who's also in? I find that wild to believe that there's not copper in a makeshift battery.
Yeah, that would be crap. What are you doing, Tarkov? Oh, you know you're doing a pop. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish tinkering with the base somewhat because I have a decent assembly, but like for one of my sub assemblies, I need some copper.
Yeah.
So I'm basically ripping apart robots with my bare hands.
Nice.
Yeah, kind of upsetting. Makeshift battery doesn't have copper in it. Like, what kind of world is this? Should. Since they're still having a talk, hey, Hector.
Yeah, they're still chatting.
Yeah. Want to give me your opinion on the start of it at least? So I'm
Let me see it.
working into it right now.
That's a nice picture. I like that.
Yeah. Hopefully it spawned me in the same location it did that nice. I don't mind this location. This isn't terrible.
No, that's not terrible. Can't you
But
have like a map that actually sets a spawn location though on that?
no, basically it's
No.
based off your camp device, and it seems like it spawns me directly on this, which is fine because I'm looking toward the vendors.
Yeah.
But the thing I want to construct is this, which I realize I need to scrap. 17 copper.
Jeez
Yay.
Louise. That's crazy, man.
Do this to me. Do it up here, which was my backup plan, but I was hoping I didn't have to.
Right from the symptomatic
I'll move the symptomatic.
needs support.
I was hoping it wouldn't be like that. Because I couldn't tell until I had the material.
Maybe it won't work because it's a bunch of mats stacked on top of each other.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I've already encountered that issue. Like, I can't place a Collectron. Like, if I
I
go in
understand.
here and, like, none of my Collectrons work.
Can you place it on the ground at the very bottom?
Wait, it's resources. No, it's too far out of reach.
Mm.
Uh, generators? No, it's resources. Resource. So, like, it's funny because it says, like, oh, this is placeable. But, like, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
And the
make
one
up
that I
your
really
mind.
want is the dog. Is not
Oh, the dog
placeable
here would
anywhere.
the dog would be great up here.
Just does not let me place it anywhere, even up here.
That's unfortunate. You think maybe you can make a whole other platform and just put it on there?
Can't make a floor. That's the
Have you tried?
yeah. That was my first thing was trying. That's why I ended up on this rug.
That's a silly place to put it.
Trying to do with this.
Oh, you can step on the wall, right?
Because this is a wall save.
That's a wall one, yeah.
So like, I could also just like.
I mean, honestly, I mean, it's not a terrible spot. I mean, it's convenient. Someone could easily access the stash from there. Convenient. Actually, wait. Oh, you almost had it. There you go. That's good. Oh. Need support.
No, I just don't want it floating. I'm trying to get a spot where it's weird.
No. That's a long conversation I got going over there. Thank you, bye. So ring the bell. Know it all too well.
Harry, you will hear slight muffled sounds coming from behind the wall. It will
No
be
fighting
a
though, right?
few. It will be quite a while. Actually, it's like a good 20 or so minutes until you'll see the vines of the wall beginning to dry up and wither until eventually the wall will drop and Daisy will seem to turn. And Jonathan seems to be quickly looking around, applying a slight thing over his face before nothing else seems to happen.
I'm just gonna
Harry,
wave.
give me a
Let it go.
perception check.
Yeah, that would do. Perception check. Yeah, at least it wasn't one.
You see Daisy's dress shirt is a bit disheveled near the neck area and her right arm.
Uh, you okay there, Daisy?
Yeah, all good. And she's fixing it up.
Brandon's gonna yell out, "Now that you've had your quickie, can we go?"
Ew, is that what that
I
was?
should have let you die, you know.
I could have said the same thing about you.
I mean, we're
But Jonathan wouldn't have his fun now.
You all hear a very loud shush coming from the other side of the library.
Thank you. Somebody who gets it.
We said he listened to them do whatever behind those walls for I don't know how long was it.
They were being quiet. You're shouting.
I don't know who this we is, man. I didn't hear shit. I'm just flipping through my picture book.
I'm sorry a civil conversation comes off as lewd for you, but don't worry. There was
Can I
nothing
do a perception
scandalous.
check on Daisy? See?
Sure.
What did you just say, Jonathan? What was that?
Daisy's clearly putting back her shirt
Brandon's
arm
gonna
correctly
smile and look
because of
back
her
at Jonathan.
scars.
Sure.
What? My scars get uncomfortable, Van.
Right. And Van is gonna walk off.
I look at Jonathan. Ignore him. He's dead in the brain.
I'll just say, as you can tell, I'm used to ignoring people with incorrect perceptions of myself.
As you guys are continuing to step out, what was everyone else doing?
I was sitting
During
my
this
books
time.
trying to do the thing I told you I was trying to do.
Okay,
Don't mind the circle, by the way.
gotcha.
It's just his stinky, stinchy blood stench.
You are free to take your short rest, Dune, during
Thank
this
you.
conversation.
Brandon's
If
gonna have
anyone
to.
else,
Brandon's just gonna re-bring out Ozzy. Back as an owl this time.
resummoning Ozzy using the ointments and incense, you are eventually summoning Ozzy, who gives Jonathan a bit of a side glance, narrowing his owl eyes towards him.
Oh, it's a familiar.
Woo!
Jonathan just sort of says with recognition, just like, okay. Nodding his head slowly.
You'll see the owl just looking over at you, Jonathan. The wing just gives like a slight partial, like, off kilter, and with the wings feathers, it almost looks like a partial, like, middle finger before the owl's wing goes back down.
My animal handling. Have I ever seen an owl done anything like that?
Roll me a nature check.
Can do that too.
No.
Your familiar is well trained.
However, if Vannon, you did take your time to do the retrieval of Ozzy. Vrek, if you're wishing to take a short rest during this time, you're free to do so. Harry, if you're wishing to take a short rest during this time, you're wishing to do so. You
Sure.
do hear the slight sound of clattering books being heard from the bookshelves over, as it does seem that Jazir is currently working away.
I would like to walk up to Jazir.
Are you done with your conversation?
Yes, quite an enlightening conversation. Now,
Wonderful. How might I be of service?
I point to the wall of primordial on it. Did they really just leave you up to dry and die?
One could say that. I was sent here as some form of embassy. We have people entering this place from this empire. The court, royal king, wished to grant pieces of information to them. Some form of communion. A trade of sorts. I would provide them the information that I had gathered over my time and many years on this particular realm, and in exchange, the people here would offer their own information, create their own books, and place it upon the shelves. I do not remember being offered their book yet.
As you'll see him look over towards a book and quickly snap his fingers as two of the books seem to shift, slide out of the bookshelves, switch places, and then re-slide back into position.
How long have you been disconnected from the capital?
I cannot say. It has been a while since the king has sent someone of most noble line down to a place such as this.
What do you remember from your time in imprisonment?
It is strange. When I was first captured, I only saw darkness for the first few days. Then there was a strange burning sensation in the back of my mind, almost like a prying or something trying to dig within. After what I would assume to be a few weeks, there was a small hint of vision. I would remember seeing a small person, big beard, mustache, kind of like a big brimmed hat.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke of saying that I had great potential. I know that already. But they do not understand how much potential that I could have offered. They were naive and minuscule with their ideas, using me as some form of caveat or catalyst for their newest creation of supposed, uh, what these words? Blood magics. Blood magics is so tribal. Clearly, they need to be educated by better means.
As a victim of blood magic, I can agree it's quite horrible.
Yes, they seem to be quite interested in its creation and its influence and evolution. They were trying to manipulate this blood magic and infuse my body that was already quite practiced in the forms of the arcane to perhaps use me as some form of super beast or creature of their particular choosing. But I have a stronger influence, stronger mind than they could handle. I believe they held me up there for more than a month, but I can remember faces quite clearly.
The last conversation you had with this individual, do you remember anything about it? And now it's time I educate you on what was happening outside of it. The king is in his deathbed.
You'll see him stop for a moment with switching and tidying up the books, prestidigitating like the cobwebs and the burn and marks away, and even mending some of the nearby columns and spines of the nearby books and tomes that have been placed, and looks over his shoulder.
He has fallen ill.
Yes.
Now?
Months ago.
He
Many
will
months ago.
look towards you, narrowing his eyes, clearly inspecting to see if there's any false truths, before immediately eyes widening, and you'll see him rushing forwards and will hold on to his chest, and you'll see him burst with speed directly towards the staircase.
It's not the
All
only
of you will
thing.
see Jazir bolting
Did you get
past,
to that part yet?
flying and amplified with magics, will fly up the staircase. There is a sudden booming voice as he echoes out into the air some form of incantation into the space above, and you'll hear the rumbling of rocks being lifted and formed back into place. Rick, you will see this shelf that is with cluttered mess and multiple potions suddenly shift for a moment as all of you feel a warping sensation, the very same that you had felt when you had tilted the hourglass. And all of you are pulled back, suddenly reversed sensationed, as you are all pulled back maybe a minute before your current position. However, this trash is no longer scattered across the ground, however, completely filled inside the small chest. There seems to be a number of small scrolls that seem to be aligned on one corner of the chest itself, as well as a 8-rack of vials that seem to be resting in the opposite side of the chest. You will also notice what seems to be the hourglass that was previously destroyed now has the glass itself slowly reforming and taking its place until it seems to have been reformed and remodeled and possibly repaired on top of the front desk. As you'll hear the sound of Jazir rushing up the stairs and the sound of a door opening and closing from upstairs as well.
I'm rushing upstairs as best as I can.
Okay.
He's just sped the fuck away.
Daisy.
Yeah.
With your passive perception, you will notice that every single burn scar, every single form of the battle damage that you had seen when you had first entered, and even the slight thick layers of dust that was residing around the floors and bookshelves around you are completely gone with the sudden switch in temporal movement that seems to have happened. Everything seems reasonably clean, as if someone has quickly rushed through and cleaned up everything in a blink of an eye. And you'll also notice that the hourglass is completely mended, it seems. Glass is there, and Vannon is currently rushing over to the open chest, where he seems to be already picking up the 8 rack of potions.
My man,
And
he
scroll.
knows what he has to
And
get.
scroll.
And grabbing the scrolls. Okay. I have a feeling you might be fighting Vrek for one of those things.
I am for the scrolls first.
You go for the scrolls first? Okay, then Vrek will definitely jump for the potions.
Not by me.
All right. Vannon, you'll find that there are 4 pieces of parchment that are currently resting in the corner of the chest that seem to have been rolled up into scroll-like fashion.
And I'll grab all 4.
All right. You will find there is a spell scroll of counterspell
Ooh.
at
Ooh.
4th level.
Ooh.
There is a spell scroll of magic circle at 3rd level. There is a spell scroll of fabricate at 4th level. And there is a spell scroll that you do not seem to understand. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, please.
Oh, up. Pum, 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 pum. Where it come from? Here, this.
Natural 20. You would believe that this particular spell is above your knowledge. However, you do seem to understand some of the arcane sigils to believe this to be the spell contingency.
Oh.
Vrek is going to immediately gather up the potion vials and is going to place them into his pack for future inspection. As Daisy, you see Vrek and Vannon quickly gather up the items from within the chest. You are able to rush up the stairs and follow after Jazir. You will make your way up to the top of the stairs to find what seems to be a stone-like door that was previously behind the crashed and currently destroyed 2nd floor, only to find what seems to be a small little office space, currently surrounded by multiple larger bookshelves that you can see. As you'll see Jazir quickly rushing over to a large desk of mahogany and jade, and will quickly start rushing through, taking a few things out of drawers. You'll see him look over towards what seems to be a small circular carpet on the left side of the office and will throw his wand out, and you'll see the top of the carpet begins to alight, and you'll recognize that this is the same kind of runes that you see on a teleportation circle. However, these runes seem to have been ingrained into the carpet itself.
Before you do anything,
As
please.
he seems to be rushing around, looks over towards you.
Yes. Well, how can I help you?
You
I
may
must
want to-
hurry.
You may want to hear the rest of the story before you make a rash judgment.
I am packing, but by all means, you are free to have a conversation with me.
Good. What do you know about the three princesses and their relationship?
I'm. First princess. Uh, Always strict. She always has a particular disliking for outside forces, very much wanting to keep things to herself. I do not see why the war princess Iredrana would be mentioned, but second war princess, don't really know too much. She was always
Insight check.
militaristic.
Go ahead and insight check. Vrek, you have 8 potion vials for future inspection.
Sweet.
14. He seems to be in a very hurried state, very much like clearly with his attention elsewhere from the conversation, to the point where it seems that he's not really trying to lie. It's obvious he's trying his best to tell the truth in this matter,
Okay.
but his mind is obviously not fully in the conversation.
She was always brash, wishing to be better and wishing to prove herself better than her older sister. The third, she was quiet, humble, really not wanting to show herself off to the people, wishing to be part of the people. It's not exactly anything too crazy. It's royal families, that's all it is. Now, if you do not mind, I must get back to the king. I will probably be needed with his services of recovery.
What?
You'll see him beginning.
Before you go,
Yes.
would you be willing to save the third princess from the same captors?
Well, of course I would. Why wouldn't I? I would be damned by the king if I would not protect his daughters.
Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, third princess went to a little settlement of us empire named Trist. She was sent there after being waylaid, and then tragedy struck Trist. She had been sent there by her sister, the first princess, and everyone thought she was dead for the longest time. Now, a small group of adventurers go and save the third princess. They tried to hide the third princess, just one among this group betrays them and gets the third princess captured. Now the Zintaro have a powerful pawn to do whatever they want in this continent. If you leave now, there's more at stake than just the Emperor himself.
Roll me a persuasion check, Daisy.
19.
He's going to look at you for a moment, narrow his eyes, looks over towards the carpet, looks over towards you.
Do you know the location of this third princess?
Of course I do. They have a fort on the outsides of the city, heavily guarded, heavily defended, impregnable. We need an army of 10,000 siege weapons and all to even make a dent on it.
I will need to take care of the matters of the king to see if he is fully of himself. However, in place of me for this time being,
As you'll see him look over towards behind the desk, as he will take his hands, throw them out, and you'll see what seems to be a small cone that he sends a large gust of wind out behind the desk, creating what seems to be a large snowman like figure. You'll see him move over and place what seems to be a piece of ruby into the chest of the uh, snow like golem, and you'll see what seems to be a switching and shifting as the ruby is placed into the chest. And you'll see what seems to be a duplicate of Jazir suddenly shift and suddenly step into place, brush himself off with the snow, looks over towards you, will bow his head.
I will leave this one to keep an eye on you. Should any particular need come to pass, he will be of use. However, I will also be seeing through his eyes. You find truth, you find the third princess, then I will come to assist myself. Until then, I must attend to my king.
Last two
If
bits of
he is
information. The first princess is currently in charge. The second one is up in the north at war. That is all.
That does not surprise me. If the king is of as ill manner as you say, then clearly the torch has already been passed to Ilendrana. I will be making a court with her as soon as I arrive.
Don't mention my name. Whatever you do to her.
I will do my best.
You will see him step away from his duplicate and will quickly flick his wand as the runes on top of the carpet will align and flash as he will disappear behind it and vanish.
Does the carpet stay there?
The carpet does stay there, yes.
Can I memorize the runes to use it for future reference?
Do you know teleportation circle?
No, I was using it more for the beacon stuff.
You know that with you to use the beacon stone, you just need to be in there and press the beacon stone into it, essentially, to just align it. It does take some time, but you can align the beacon stone to this particular point.
Alright, I will have the beacon stone memorize it by going and grabbing the beacon stone from the bag.
Okay. You make your way down and rushing over to whoever has the bag of holding at the moment.
Professor,
I
beacon
think
stone
Vannon has.
now.
I think Vannon
Oh,
has the
beacon stone.
beacon stone.
Oh, Vannon still has it.
I think so.
Maybe.
I think I used it last.
Okay, yeah, if Vannon has Vannon beacon stone now, we need to memorize this location.
Why don't I just write it down?
Because we can have both, why not?
Uh, fine.
And lead him to the carpet.
Okay. You both make your way up as Jazir, as duplicate, seems to be making his way down. Will follow you along, but does not seem to be saying much. Just silently moves along and will observe as you guys will take up. You guys have found the teleportation circle to the Avin library. You can have that for teleportation circle for you, Vannon, and then the beacon stone as well. So you now technically have a means of teleporting in and out, if you wish.
Hooray.
Ooh, actually, that's a good point. You also have a means of getting out of dodge as well, if things
Now
get
you
rough.
understand why I wanted it.
Yeah. Just for notes, Jonathan. They have a nice little item that's called a beacon stone. A beacon stone is basically a small little stone that they can put in spells into, and based on how many or the level of the spell is how much space that they can travel. The only way of transporting with beacon stones is with teleportation circles. It's the same deal, but it allows them to maneuver place to place without using spell slots or using their own personal resources. However, they are limited to the amount of travel space that they can use. I believe you guys have a tier 2 beacon stone at the moment.
Yep.
Which can travel up to, I believe, 5 cubes of space in the map.
Very nice.
So if you guys were onto here, essentially, you guys could travel anywhere in the space, basically, with your beacon stone. As long as there's another teleportation circle that you can connect to.
Sadly, we can't.
No, but you can jump to this one should you need to.
Which is exactly the plan.
Blessings.
Bless you.
Bless you.
So, you guys get the details of the teleportation circle. Zir is going to patiently wait, as will everyone else. What is everyone else doing during this time as well?
Stand around, I guess.
Yeah, I'm
Just
still reading my
waiting?
books.
Reading your books?
Yes.
Now that he's no longer being interviewed, Jonathan is taking a moment to catch his breath. You know, after dying twice.
Mm-hmm.
Take it out of you.
I mean, we could use this place to rest and just fortify the door.
The Jazir does seem to look over, give a slight nod, as he will quietly speak.
Yes, you are free to stay for the time being. Just not upstairs. You can stay down here. I've made plenty of protective measures that we will not be disturbed unless the Zentarum are going to be heading here, which is most likely.
Yep.
Well, only their living would be able to barge in here. What about their dragons, though?
Jazir just looks over towards you, Daisy.
I would not like to find out.
Yeah, especially, 12 big ass dragons,
Yes.
He's gonna make his way over, looks over towards the hourglass.
Hmm. Seems it's able to be used again. Perhaps you can make use of it.
Starts stepping away from it, makes his way towards the door.
What does it do?
It is an experiment of mine. You off kilter, pull it back. You have maybe up to 6 seconds. But not entirely sure what happens after that. Very dangerous piece of magic. Messing with time.
Ben's like, I'll take it.
Oh boy. Okay.
This is
I
a
look at
smart
Bannon
idea.
and I'm like, if we need to use this, I'm going to trust you're going to use it at the best time possible.
Ben will smile very creepily. Yes.
Oh dear God, we're doomed.
Uh.
Well, have fun.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm fine.
So, Vannon, you have Jazir's hourglass. You get charges. You get one 1d3 charges per month in game. Each time that you use a charge, you roll a d6. You can change and alter time itself depending on how many seconds you roll. And you can roll it backwards or forwards.
I like, let's say if we're in combat and something happens, I could use it to roll back up to maybe 1 round or like a half a
Correct.
round, or depending on like a.
In the technical sense, if you are wishing to use the hourglass, you could technically reverse the effects of an entire round. Yes.
Could be handy.
Yeah.
However, you know, based on Jazir's information, that if you push the hourglass further than 6 seconds, then it can relatively become unstable, which could theoretically cause the hourglass to be destroyed.
But it could go.
Could. But you've also seen what happens if it breaks
Yeah.
and where possibly you could end up. And at this moment in time, go ahead and roll me 1d3, please, Vannon,
Okay.
to see how many charges this has.
1 plus D3.
Slash roll space D3. Enter.
What was that?
Slash roll space D3.
You have
There
2
you go.
charges within the hourglass. So you can reverse or forward time to 1 to 6 seconds twice in the next month in game.
So I would basically roll a D6 whenever I use the charge.
Correct.
Okay.
And then at that point, you can either push time forwards or reverse time.
An action or reaction?
It is an action.
Action.
Unless he has a means of using magical items in a quicker and faster way.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Not magic items.
If I could somehow use it as an arcane firearm, then when I throw the D6, I can also roll a D8 of damage to deal fire damage to time itself.
By the way, Vrek, I would assume that you've probably taken the time while all this is happening to figure out what is inside the 8-pack of vials that you had found.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's see. So, you'll find that 4 of the vials seem relatively familiar. 2
Potion
of
of
which
familiar,
seem to
got it.
be you'll find what seems to be 2 vials of reddish liquid with a silver-like tinge, which you recognize to be greater healing potions.
Nice.
And 2 that seem to be of a much larger and give off
Ooh.
a goldish-like tinge.
Super duper.
You would believe that these are, I believe, superior
Yep.
healing potions.
Good old supers.
You will find that there is 2 vials that seem to have an almost bright yellowish
I'm
like
sorry, you
liquid.
said 2?
There are 2 vials. Yep. So there are 2 vials of greater.
Mhm.
There are 2 vials of superior. There are 2 vials of a bright yellowish like liquid. However, you can see inside there is a singular black bead inside of each of the yellow potions that seems to be furiously and like sporadically jostling around inside of the liquid.
Parkless knows what this is.
What's that?
I don't know if I can
Um,
say it.
see.
Okay,
At
Parkless,
the end of
Parkless knows what this
inspection,
is. Wreck may not.
you would recognize that this is a potion of haste.
Yep. Potion of haste.
Oh,
Yep.
dang.
Like Parkless knows what this one is.
You'll find that there's 2 of those
Mm-hmm.
within the rack. You'll see that there is a potion vial that is relatively almost see-through, except for a slight transparency within the vial, which you have recognized before as you. Actually, no, you do not recognize this. You haven't come across one of these before, but the party has. And after inspection, you'll find that you found a potion of invisibility.
Yep.
Oh, sick.
I had
We're just
already typed.
running low on
last-
I had
those.
already typed invis in my
Beautiful.
notes before you finished
Yeah.
talking.
Beautiful.
And yes, a ghostly liquid that is almost transparent to see.
That's a
I
potion
wonder
of.
what that could possibly be.
That's a potion of fire breathing.
And the
Um,
last,
In Baldur's Gate, we call that water.
Yeah.
Liquid that's hard to see. Transparent.
the last one, and this one definitely catches your attention. As you'll pick up the glass, you'll see what seems to be an almost smoky-like liquid within the bottle. However, the smoke every now and then seems to escape the confines of the glass itself.
I think I know this one too.
You would find that this is a potion of etherealness.
Oh, not my. I was gonna guess gaseous form, but I like etherealness better. Nice. All right, and at that, I have to AFK again. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay, no worries. And you pack them all into your rack and pack and just stash them away for future use.
Yes, Vrek tells no one yet.
Let's see. Jazir seems to look through the peephole at the front of the door, looks over all of you, and patiently waits.
If you see a golden owl, let me know.
He will give a slight nod.
I'm expecting assistance.
So are we just sitting here? I mean, can
We are
we
hoping
leave?
that this Zentarum does not do anything and we can rest and recover from that battle.
Yes, some respite would be most welcome.
Because at this point, the ball's in their court.
In a fair, yeah, John, you got fucked up.
Are you? Is anyone in need of some form of healing or some form of protective measures? I could
Definitely,
also
Jonathan.
perhaps transport some of you to a different location.
Where exactly?
You may wish.
Do not. I appreciate it. I'm feeling fine, but I'm a bit winded. Gotta catch my breath.
Hmm.
Vanity will ask, Jazir, do you have any maps in this library?
I do indeed. There were quite a few that I was working on. Let me take a look over here.
And he will quickly move over to a small section, take out 2 books, and will hold them out towards you.
I do believe
Vanity,
that these are the mostly eastern corners of Essrena, as well as the most southern corners of Essrena.
so Vanity will take them and then head over to the table and kind of try to copy them over to our maps that we have.
Okay. Next week, I will be updating your map.
Woo!
Hell yeah, bro.
Oh God. Yeah. So for note, everything under Avin southwise and everything east of Avin is going to be revealed next week. Essentially,
Hey, nice.
Dope.
Sick.
Because of that little piece of information, as you're writing it all down, quickly scribbling each of the details that seem to have been gathered by this particular individual. He will look around.
Was there anyone else needing pieces of information?
You got information on the ores of this land?
I might perhaps.
And he will start making his way over. Takes out what seems to be a book from a shelf. Will hold it out towards you.
Perhaps this will be suffice.
What does the cover say?
It does say indeed in Primordial, the ores and resources of Essrena and the foundations within.
Thank you, Jazir. I'll be sure to one day repay you with knowledge of my own.
You return with a book of your own, then the trade will be granted. But until
Hey, Rick,
then,
we have to read.
but please keep the book within the confines of these walls.
Will do. Hey, Rick, let's read.
Yep. Yes.
Quick question. The fabricate spell, would that
Yes.
work on the ore? Since it's not technically magical.
So let me go ahead and post the spell real quick, since this is technically one of Jazir's spells. You can convert raw materials into the products of the same material. For example, you can fabricate a wooden bridge from a clump of trees. Let's see.
It's more that last sentence.
Okay.
Because I also have some of those abilities.
You can't create, yeah. So I would say,
Unless you have the skills in those, which I do have the proficiencies in.
right. Okay.
What if Harry helps me on that? Is put that
So
way.
the good news is you're trying to get raw ore. You're not trying to get the ingots. So technically, fabricate could work with any of the ores of Essrena. Unless it says anything about magical material.
It doesn't. It just says you can't make magical items.
You also can't use it to create items that ordinary require. I'm gonna say no with this one. Yeah, because if you are to make it into an actual item, which technically the ore is going to be turned into an actual item.
If you scroll down a little bit more, it says unless you have proficiency with that type of artisan tools.
Man.
Okay. I will allow it.
Yeah.
I will allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Woo.
That's why then I have to try to get Harry to help me on that process. I
Mhm.
have some of them, but then fit with Harry.
Friends.
Bro, this downtime, if we ever get to it, it's gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah, Jonathan, this is an experience-based campaign, not milestone. Your actions do give you an additional experience based on whether or not it's in character. Cornus points does come through, but everyone does get a certain amount of experience based on your actions and quests completed.
Harry, just for reference, I'm thinking first easiest thing to do: take some of the cannon rock and make 8 bullets out of it.
Are we
That way
making
you
a
can do-
portable cannon?
I'm thinking at least adding explosive sniper rifle shots for Harry.
Hello.
You can always try. I mean,
It is possible.
happens we explode wherever we die.
I mean, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, you know?
Certainly.
I'd like to not be an egg.
It'll be fine.
Good.
All right.
It'll be fine.
So Daisy, in answer to your question,
Mhm.
if you are wishing to sit down with Rec with this particular book,
Yeah, Rec and
I
Harry.
will have the full list of each of the ores and their properties for the entirety of Essrena by next week.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you'll be taking a moment with Rec for some time, probably during a short rest, which I believe everyone is probably taking at this point.
Yeah, right there, man.
Rob, you're regretting sending us to this place, aren't you?
Huh? No,
You're regretting sending us to this place,
no.
aren't you?
This is 100% a thing that I was allowing to happen because he's a guy that's full of knowledge. He is very, very strong and is very, very smart. Mainly because he has an intelligence more than 20.
That's crazy, actually.
I feel so inadequate now.
I will say this, Vannon. You would have recognized that Jazir did indeed cast Simulacrum.
Oof. Oof.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Dude.
Well, while we're still waiting here, I'm gonna ask him if he has any other spells he can teach me.
Spells? That is a fine amount of time. But we do not have time, I'm afraid.
Thought I always ask.
It is good to ask. Perhaps in the future I will teach you more. If you are offering a trade, of course.
You'll see him smile towards you.
I wouldn't say no. And with that, I pull out the bottle of celestial wine.
He's gonna look over towards you, look at the wine, looks at you just for a moment, narrows his eyes.
Where did you get that?
I don't remember where I got.
I do.
The last one left. I think it was. I think.
Just for note, all of you are seeing him, and he is clearly some form of elven-like individual. Reasonably pale but grayish-like skin. And as you're looking at him, you thought to see him originally as Drow. However, the skin seems a lot paler to be considered Drow, almost like there is a slight tan over his skin. And you do notice that there are defining signs of almost a raven-esque like feathers that seem to cover most of his cloak.
Hey, Rob,
Yes.
does Daisy know if the Raven Queen and the Crow Keeper ever had a child?
Um, roll me a religion check.
Can I guidance myself?
Yes. You would
24.
know with a 24 that the Raven Queen and the Crow Keeper had essentially they had married and anointed, but uh they never had a child. It is said during the time that the Crow Keeper essentially went on his rampage was the time that supposedly there was a loss within the confines of the two, further enhancing the rage of the Crow Keeper.
All right.
I want to ask him one more thing. I'm going to copy it over because I don't know.
28 one more things later.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of which, yes.
it was the riddle that I saw on that statue in Respite. I asked him if he'd ever seen that riddle. With time, the worthy shall find what lies within. Only one that sees his fate and accepts it will be blessed with the passage of their own divine right.
Hmm. Let's see here. Does Jazir know anything about this? Perhaps. Let's see, 22. He looks over towards you, Vannon, gives a slight nod slightly.
Yes, it is one of the passages of the Twins of Fate. With time the worthy shall find what lies within. Only one that sees his fate and accepts it will be blessed with the passage of their own divine right. With the passage of the sun, we will see the rising and falling of time, and the passage of the daughter, we will see the divine and the ever passing of the relics of memory. Kneel forth before them, accept their embrace, because none that escapes fate will be embraced by it.
That's a lot of fancy words.
It is quite a large passage. I actually have a book on that.
And he starts making his way over to one of the bookshelves. Yes, indeed he does.
Ben
Bro,
also grabbed the
we're
book and read
saving
that.
this place.
Sorry, if
Oh,
you
can
were
you put
saying
that?
something,
Oh, can you put
I
that?
did not.
You put that what you said in the chat. So I can
Sure.
copy.
Oh gosh, okay. Hold on 1 second. There we go.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
While he's also looking at the book of the twins, Daisy's gonna ask him if he has a book about Ingeus.
He will give a nod as well, and will point to the shelf directly towards the right of the one of the twins over here.
I want to read that book.
You'll find that there is a series of books that seem to line the bookshelf. The first is the Queen of the Feywild, which is marked with 1. And you will see that there are 7 books total, which seem to be detailing the other 3 sons and 3 daughters of the family as well.
Belladonna was which one? The second princess or third
Second
princess?
daughter.
The second daughter. So I'll grab the first and which would be the book for Belladonna?
The second. No, it would be. Let's see. Book number
What's the third
6.
card?
Okay, I'll grab those two. Do you also read?
Okay. So you take number 1 and number 6. Got you.
Yeah. So now I have 3 books to read.
All right. You have. Yep. My assistant is currently yelling up a storm. Hello. You will find the first book, which is Ingeus, the Queen of the Feywild. And then you will find the second Princess Belladonna, the Watcher of Twilight.
That's interesting. So on the book of the Queen of the Feywild, I want to specifically look for anything that has to do with the rage of Ingeus.
Um. Okay. Quickly scanning the book. Is there anyone else doing anything during this time? Anyone wishing to gather any books of information?
Yes.
Trying to prepare anything? Oh gosh. Okay.
I am.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to look for more books on local wildlife, beasts, anything else living in Essrena. I'm trying to find mostly just weaknesses and maybe parts that I'll sell for a good bit of gold.
Okay. You will
Add my book.
find that there is indeed a large number of creatures and beasts. There is also a large catalog of dangerous nasties,
Mhm.
which have been classified into a section, which you see. There are slight bookmarks at the top. You will notice that there is the green ones at the front, which you recognize to be like the smaller creatures that you've seen towards the south. You will get to like the yellow section bookmarks, and you will see some of the nearby sand trolls. that you've encountered in the past, including some of the nearby drake-like creatures that you had seen, the drake hounds that you had encountered. You'll find there is an orange section where you will find the bone claws currently residing in there amongst some of the nearby creatures. You will find a red marked catalog that seems to be littered with a large number of creatures, including the vultures of Trist that you had encountered a while back.
Exciting.
However, there is a distinctful black mark at the very back, and you will see what seems to be distinctful drawings and markings. And the first one immediately catches your attention.
Ooh.
As the distinctful drawing signs of a gargantuan worm cracking out from the surface can be seen. And you will notice underneath it is indeed the name the Great Gorge.
Okay.
Which you recognize your group has encountered before, essentially during their first time within entering Essrena. You know to be essentially a large worm-like entity that seems to be perusing and scouting, hunting the sands nearby respite. You will know that it's much larger than any of the other nearby sandworms that seem to be perusing the wilds there. However, does not seem to have any poisonous like sting that most giant worms seem to have. Instead, seems to be more of a pummeling, brutish like creature that seems to be just hunting whatever seems to be the biggest feast it can find. You'll flick through some of the pages and find a familiar sight of the large flower titan that you had encountered in the jungle, which you know to be Hestrosis.
Yep. Yep. I remember him fondly.
You will see the Great Gorge as well.
Mm-hmm.
You will also see essentially a marking of a familiar sight of the hand. However, a lot of the details have not been marked down, as it seems that this is a much recent discovery, according to his notes.
Oh.
You will also note what seems to be so the current titans of note in Essrena.
Ooh. Okay.
There is the star-aligned feline, which seems to be residing in the corner, the top right corner of Essrena, which seems to be known as the Divine Peaks, which seems to be a large set of mountains that reach up into the clouds themselves, supposedly reaching the very essence of the realm.
Okay.
Supposedly there is a large feline that has been embraced by some form of starfire that has made denizen there and has been praised by a large amount of people that have made their home there, but seems to be relatively dormant for the time being. You will know that the current local threat, or quote unquote titan, of Estera seems to be a gargantuan golem made out of the raw material of the mountains themselves that reside towards the east of Estera. This particular golem goes by the name of the Sister's Keeper. This particular golem is seen to surround what seems to be a large shrine in the center of the mountain range. However, has shown signs of showing faith and unity and even allegiance to the supposed leader of Estira whenever they have been called to assist. You would know that this creature is very territorial, will always remain in the mountain range unless called onto by the leader of Estira to be sent out. However, it is rumored to be an ancient war titan, an ancient war siege machine that could be possibly used in destroying even the gods themselves.
That's so cool.
Next,
Yep.
towards the northwest over here, there is a territory that is known as the Nomad Lands, mostly due to the fact that it is a war-torn countryside that has been racked and filled with a continuous war that has supposedly been going on for hundreds of years. Between two particular forces, which include the denizens of Essrena and the supposed inhabitants towards the icy-like north. You believe, based on the information given there in the Nomad Lands, that the supposed Titan seems to be a cadaver-covered flying creature that resembles some form of bat that seems to occasionally fly over nearby battlements and picking off nearby creatures that show exorbitant amounts of power or potential. It is said that this particular titan gathers these creatures and takes them off to a distant location, only for them to be relocated with no memory, however marked with a distinctful branding of this particular titan.
Okay, so no name for it, just the description.
There is no name for it. However,
Okay.
the supposed nickname is the Bone Chill.
I shall call it Cadaver Bat.
You will see that there is indeed another territory. And at this point, I'm just going to mark off what exactly the territories are at this point, so you
Wait, are
guys
we in the
know.
map?
I'm going to go ahead and pull you guys to the map at this point. Sorry. So, the original first one is going to be over here. That is the first territory there, where the star-lined feline is in the top right corner.
Yep.
The second one, which is going to be marked here. So Astera, this territory, is marked right there. And the Nomad Lands fill the entirety of this.
Okay.
So everything in that center area is full battle. Just absolute, just chaos and battlements and outright war, supposedly. It is a no man's land.
Woot woot.
The territory over here, which is directly towards the north, seems to be completely covered in a vast amount of ice. And there is a titan or individual over there that goes by the Iceborn Emperor. That seems to be a continuous force or supposed demigod that is praised by the denizens of the north. The Emperor seems to be the ongoing antagonist for the war that seems to be essentially stating that his land should claim all and the ice should take over the entirety of the burning lands. Of course, the denizens of Essrena have been propelling him and holding him off for numerous amounts of years. However, the ongoing war has been persistent. Over here is the next area. Directly underneath it will be the marshlands that are completely filled with denizens of occult and very much witchcraft and Wiccan-like theories. There is a supposed titan built out of the multiple souls of a corrupted coven that is supposedly, at this moment in time, resting in the crypt of the once nobleman that had the power to change the fate of the everlasting war before he too was corrupted by the madness that had entailed within the Titan. Essentially, the Coven created a large wicker-like Titan that is now currently resting within the crypt of the noble that had made a deal and reinforced their magics. Now creating a form of catalyst and now currently destroying and tormenting the denizens within the marsh. The only particular piece of information is that the name of the Titan is the Wickered One. Towards the northeast, towards the southeast of that particular place, there is a place known as the Land of Glass.
Ugh.
There is a particular Titan that seems to resemble some form of shark-like entity that seems to swim within the large glass confine-like surface without being affected by the large cutting-like blades.
Of course I can.
It seems to indulge in large valued minerals and ores, and seems to be obsessed with finding additional materials since the land that is now currently in seems quite barren of the natural resources that it hunts. Therefore, any creatures or denizens that carry any form of currency or ore are immediately targeted by the creature. You'll know that in the realm of Kimatizana, or the Mouth of Zana, there is a titan there by the name of Zana that does reside within the bottom core of the mountain itself. The supposed dragon-esque like entity seems to be of the white or silver-like variety. However, she has been not seen for unknown record. The last time that she was seen was way before the sisters were around, and had supposedly assisted them with a particular fight with another titan of the land before both of them had returned to a particular slumber. You would hear that her name is Shiara. Shiara, her name is Zana, and she is the Whispering Tundra. Let's see. To the east, there is Valdir Innis, the home of the youth seed. There is a Titan there. That seems to be a. Ooh. This one seems to be a large, armored individual that seems relatively old to time. Seems to be of a almost animalistic like nature, and they call him the Beast King of the Youth Seed. It is said that many shifters seem to be embraced by this particular Titan, seeing as this particular individual seems to be welcoming to their folk, which does definitely pique your interest, dude.
Okay.
The last ones, you'll hear that there is a Titan directly towards the north, which is in Kontulin. Sorry, we'll do Kontulin first. Kontulin does have a denizen over there, a Titan by the name of Snarl, the Alpha of the Brightmoor, which you had previously had a bounty for under Olive's gaze. No longer have that. However, you now know that he is technically a Titan and a dangerous creature to be watched out for.
Weren't they like just giving 100 gold for this?
Yep.
Okay, they're stupid.
Yeah. I make sure to take extra notes on this one, just in case we run into it at some point in time, like any known weaknesses or anything like that.
Just for note, Snarl was supposed to be a scouting mission. You were not supposed to actually kill him.
Ah.
Let's see. Trisantir, the Lost Lands. No Titan on record.
This one kind of big freaking dragon.
Yatini does indeed have the name of Shirantir. Sorry, Shiraya. Sorry. That is known as the Ruby Skydrake. And she is the Titan of Yatini. And she was the other Drake that had fought Zana in ancient times, and both of them had supposedly grown dormant. However, there are rumors that Shiara has started to wake up due to unknown means. The remains of Trist. There is an entity known as the Ever-Watching Eye that seems to be resting in the inner confines of Trist. Once used to be a guardian of the underground dwarven kingdom, was instead turned into a powerful war machine and let loose within the confines of Trist. It is said that it was locked up and thrown away, supposedly locked up into an inner sanctum that has been chained up and sealed to keep this war machine sealed inside. However, there is rumors that the inner sanctum has a fair amount of treasures and riches that could possibly compensate those that try and take on the War Titan themselves. And then, of course, the green seems to have the newer Hestrosis, the Grave Tyrant, and the Soulflower Titan. And then, of course, the GG and the Hand that seem to be denizens of Koinos. Anything else?
No. You just gave me a whole spiel, so I'll let you take a break for a second.
Okay. Is anyone else doing anything during this time?
Just out of curiosity, how many types of ore are in Daisy's book?
There are 12.
How many Titans are there?
There are 10.
I got 13.
Supposedly. 10. Actually, no, that's right. There's around 13, given that there's a few in respite at the moment.
And does the locations of where the particular types of ore somewhat match up to where the Titans are?
You'll see that with a little bit of information that all of the ores are reasonably scattered
Okay.
amongst most of the lands, except for a select few. So when it comes to the ore of Yatini, it solely comes from the mountain, the Howling Moor. From the Land of Glass, the only ores that are on record seem to be from a small kernel of encrusted gems that seem to be in the center of the of the Land of Glass, due to the large amount of pressure that is collected over time with the glass just holding down, creating these crystals over time. However, they are very, very rare due to the fact that the shark-like titan seems to surround those crystals every now and then to feed on them as a natural
Okay.
feeding source.
I'm just curious if those two, if the Titans and the ore was somehow connected.
Yes and no. Uh, for some of them, they seem to protect large amounts of it as if it is a natural source of their power. Others seem to see the ores as a mean of nutrition or consummation. However, others seem to completely ignore the ore as if it does not exist whatsoever. However, it does seem that a lot of the ore's properties does seem to be relative to the enhancements and the abilities of the creature that is supposedly the titan of the area. For example, you saw the destructive force of the Great Gorge and the destructive force of the Can Rock. Anything else?
Negative.
All right. If everyone is prepared and doesn't need any more further information, Jazir will look around, give a slight nod.
So, where exactly are you needing to go?
You know that fortress, right?
I have not seen inside of this fortress, so I cannot get you inside of there. I can perhaps assist if you're wishing to try and get in.
I mean, the main problem is there's more than 1,000 soldiers and just 7 of us. And that's not accounting for the Vampire Lord, the Grandmaster, and whatever other baddies we may find inside. That may be strong, if not more powerful than anything we can bite into.
Gotta just gather everyone up, knowing Dune isn't gonna move away from his pile of books. I'm assuming everyone's just gonna sit down in the center.
Yeah, I got 3 books to read as well, so yeah.
Man, I know it's a
And
veteran
pulls out his lazy
nerds.
boy and starts reading.
Harry?
I guess I'll start working on some plans for some like the scope and stuff for my gun.
All right.
I would think, Azir, that if we plan on doing anything, it will probably be after I get the golden arrow. See if that can help us in any way.
See.
Hey,
Speaking
Jazir.
of which, yes.
Sorry. That book that we just looked over, the one with the Titans and everything. Can I hold on to that, or do you need to keep it here?
Sadly, my friend, you will need to trade the book in for you to take one.
How do I trade in a book I don't have?
If you do not have a book to trade, then sadly you cannot take a book. It is a offering of knowledge. You give, therefore you take.
Dude just silently looks at him like has no idea what he's talking about. Confused.
You have
An eye
0
for an
books.
eye, Dune. An eye for an eye.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I do not write books, so unfortunately.
And
You don't have
sadly,
to
the book
write
will
it.
remain.
Vanan will pull out the Grand Master book that he had beforehand that he got from what was it, Boshian,
Mm-hmm.
and show it to Jazir. I told him we found it. It's a book by the same person that, or the creature that was holding him captive.
He's going to take the book, look it over a second, give a slight nod.
These are interesting incantations, a few interesting spells. Was there a particular use that you were wanting me to have of this?
I thought you might just find it interesting if there's something interesting in there that you might want to
Oh,
see.
of course. Yes, if this is what you are wanting for trade.
I don't know about trade, but at least I thought you'd at least want to look at it.
Sure.
Plus, I don't.
And he will
Okay. I don't think I can
take a
actually
moment and
cast
step
any of the spells in
aside.
there.
Yeah, he's gonna just take a moment, step aside, and start flicking through some of the pages.
I just remembered I have the log of the smiths.
Yes, you do.
Can I pull it out and kind of ask around? Hey, anybody able to read this exactly?
What's it in?
I want to say it's infernal, but I'm not sure.
If you think it's sure, I can take a crack at it, and I'll kind of walk up and read the book if I can.
Okay. You open up the book and you see a whole bunch of dots, a whole bunch of lines. You see a few dash marks across the pages. It looks like a whole bunch of nonsense.
I just kind of look at it, and this is not infernal. This it's just squiggly lines of dots. This makes this is dumb. Where'd you find this?
Have the professor read it. He probably knows.
Yeah, it's just an open offer. I don't know what language is in. I can't read it. I took a guess. I don't know.
Just take the book and a random page and just hold it in front of the professor's face. Like, can you read that?
Professor, you can indeed read
Yes.
it. You do recognize the code, as you
Okay.
are familiar with the relative code.
Okay.
You see what seems to be a list of supposed names on one end, in one column. You'll see what seems to be price, and it's littered down with different prices and numbers that have been placed down. And some of them have been marked. A few have been crossed out to be different numbers and different indications, showing that there's been like silent debates and arguments and bartering of the price, essentially, of someone goes up, puts down a price, someone had struck out that number, put down a new price, only for someone to essentially do the same until eventually a number had been agreed upon.
There's
And then the
names?
rest, you do see there's names. However, it's quite clear that they're not real, as you'll see essentially Umbrella
Okay.
Dustpot, Catberry Tinklewinkle. There's like a whole bunch of different names that seem very much aliases, false names,
Okay.
perhaps code words. However, the last column seems to be of details of particular commissions, stating of particular weapons or equipment that seem to be either needing to be forged or tinkered by expert hands. And you can see again little markings across some of the code that show like little altercations of them like saying no, we can only do this, or yes, we can do improvements on that, or can you change this, etc., etc. But you see what seems to be a large list of different names and commissions for essentially a either smithing or tinker like uh forge that you would probably see maybe even Harry working at, or at one of the members of the HDM. But
Okay.
clearly, with this code, it's probably based within Avon.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Oh, so you're okay. Then I just push the book in his chest. There, yours now. And I walk away.
Sit down, e-books.
Yep.
Dune gains half a point of intelligence.
Nice.
Half of nothing
Congratulations.
spells
Minus
nothing.
0.5 modifier, baby. Let's go.
It was rumored that Dune's brain grew 3 sizes that day. You guys are all sitting down. If you're wishing to take short rests, you are free to do so at this point. You guys have taken enough time to start taking proper rests and gathering yourselves.
Honestly, at this point, I've been around so many smart people so long, maybe my brain just grew wrinkles from just being around them.
No longer smooth.
No, be smooth.
Jazir is going to look around at all of you.
Are you wishing to stay here tonight? Stay here as some form of residence? It would be unwise. I do not know how long it is until the agents will return here. I would make
Probably wouldn't
haste
be safe to stay
to
here.
perhaps get our ways away here for now.
Wanna stay here?
Should we stay outside the city for tonight or not? Hmm.
If I get to kill a werewolf, absolutely.
I mean, see, that's the problem. Like,
Yeah, outside the
I'm
city ain't
sure
really.
they know where we're staying. They obviously know this tower's compromised to some extent. If we
You
were
have
to return to,
lodgings at the inn. Remember, you do
Yes.
have 2
yeah.
rooms at the inn.
Well, yeah, we could redisguise and then leave this tower like nothing ever happened.
Yep.
Hmm. How late is it outside? Like, is the mist already out?
You make your way over to the front door of the library and you check outside. You do see that darkness has fallen. The moon is out, and you do see that there is a very thick layer of mist that seems to be residing outside of maybe 30, maybe 40 or so feet perimeter of the tower.
Wait, sorry, say again. Cut out for me. Just me. What was 30 feet away?
30 or 40 feet away is the perimeter of the mist that seems to be held back by the supposed hallowed ground.
Okay, so there's already mist.
There is already mist, yeah.
I'll
Moon is up.
look.
And I will say this: you look through in front of you, and you do see there are indeed shifting figures that seem to be patrolling around the perimeter of the tower at this moment.
I'll look at the group. I'm like, yeah, we can't go outside. The mist is already out there. We have to fortify this place.
Well, let's get to it then.
I again would like to perhaps suggest you tell me where we need to go. I can perhaps get us somewhere that could be of most use to you if you tell me where we are needing to go, my friends.
The thing is, none of us is in a condition to enter that fortress. And if we could get back here in one piece and go to Estira tonight, rest in Estira, that'd be preferable.
Well, that is possible. I am able to do so.
There we go.
Then we should go to the second ring of Estira if possible. And if we
We
can
can't. We need to
confirm,
rest.
well, yeah, we should rest there and then come back here. If
Enough time? Aren't we on a time crunch?
well, Jazir can teleport us. I look at Jazir.
Teleport us back.
Jazir gives you a slight nod.
That is completely possible, yes. After a little bit of rest, I could definitely provide a means of getting you back here.
And Professor, we also do have the beacon stone. We can even beacon stone back.
Sure. We're going back in this tower, though, right?
But don't the beacon stone have like that bright light?
Yes,
and
it would. It would be
signaling.
signaling like, "Hello, motherfuckers, are here again."
Yeah, that doesn't sound very smart, Daisy. Come on.
No, I'm just saying it is a possibility. Obviously, I'm laying everything out on the table.
Well, let's let that be the very last possibility.
Beaconstone is quite a very visual aspect, as it does show you guys literally being bolts or stars of light flying out of the particular location. In comparison to usually the teleportation circle through casting, or usual planar travel is quite instant.
So yeah, if he trusts that he can get us back into his tower tomorrow, I think the best bet is resting Astera. And we know some people in the second ring. We should.
Well, let's hope.
Plus, we would still have 6 days. We can travel back and then assault the fort if need be on the last day. But obviously, we have Jazir's help. Take it.
Find out to get into that fort.
I'll see what information I can gather.
Yeah, we're going to need all the help we can get in there.
Yes, and
Absolutely.
for now, remember, once we reach the second ring, we lay low because of someone. I look at the professor slyly.
Because of who, Daisy?
Oh, there's this gentleman that has beef with our good old friend over here.
He wants to kill me. Fun
Yes.
Or
story.
just give the professor the transforming hat.
Well, actually, as long
Are
as
there-
we're
Yeah.
hooded, though, they wouldn't know it's us. So as long as he doesn't
You
talk,
guys still do have the masks and the disguises
disguise,
from
yeah.
before.
yeah. Actually, as
there-
long as we're disguised, it should be fine.
I will
Well-
say this: you are no longer disguised, and if you were disguised during that fight, they are heavily damaged. because they
Well,
are not
even if-
magical by any means.
No, I
Well,
imagine we would have
Daisy-
taken it on.
Any new disguises, anyways?
Even if disguises did work, are there dueling laws in this city?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Honestly.
I hope there are, because I have someone I would like to go and beat the fuck out of back there.
Are there defensive laws in this city? How do the guards fare with street brawls of appropriate? Well, if I'm being attacked, surely I can defend myself.
I'll say this much. The guards inside the city are insanely more well armed the deeper you go into the city. And it's best not to mess with any guards or get into any trouble.
I don't think you're hearing me. I mean, I'm here to protect. So if anyone in this group is being attacked, what are the retaliation or issues if I were to defend people attacking this group?
I don't know. You would
Jizier's
probably
gonna
be
just
taken
perk up for
down
a moment.
to the dungeon, which has like a freaking guardian of some sorts.
So if I'm attacked
I
and I
can-
defend myself, I'd be in a dungeon?
No, no, no. I can answer this particular question. If you are attacked, Mr. Jonathan, within the rings of Estira, you are free to defend yourself as long as you do not kill the person.
Oh. Well, that I can do. Okay.
That's
Yes.
boring.
Now, if you are the one to attack someone without provocation, usually the gods bring you down and put you into the place down below.
Well, then I'll look at Van and say, see? No worries if you get attacked.
I was looking at Daisy. That's a good idea to push that stupid cameo in the face, huh?
Okay, as long as they punch you first.
Well, I really want to punch him badly.
Just have the professor talk to him first. He apparently makes enemies wherever he goes.
Yeah, yeah. That's how I do it.
All right. Then, for those of us who didn't destroy your disguises, let's disguise up again. And let's leave this city for now.
Okay.
Any disagreements?
Um,
Yeah, I
Altercations
don't
to
really
this
have a
plan?
choice. Really.
Jonathan will discard whatever remnants and shreds of the tiny cloak that adored him to try to match with the fake disguise. Because I
Okay.
guess Roguish didn't quite.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
mine's gone.
because that was already just obvious, but now
Yeah.
it's even more so.
Yeah,
Just that-
you guys are able to set yourselves up. Jazeer is going to ask all of you to take each other's hands as he will quietly begin to whisper under his breath a few whispering words and a few runes of arcane energy beginning to echo out underneath each of your feet until he will whisper out into the air,
Estira, second ring.
as you will feel a sudden jolt of energy as the previous vision of you guys being in the library are instead teleported directly on top of the roof of a familiar noble house.
Well, we made it.
Well, technically we're home. Oh my god, there's two of me.
No, there's not. Shut up.
No. What club's
Getting rid of them.
It's just an Oasis effect. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's incredibly dark.
Rod.
I see
Ripple in
nothing.
space time.
Right. You guys appear as the moon is directly above all of you. A
It is a
few
bit pitch black for
clatterings of
Jonathan.
conversation. There is actual torchlight that you can see lights some of the nearby sconces and partial outcroppings along the roof that does provide a little bit of torchlight,
No, I mean, I
including
just have
what seems
black
to
screen.
be. Oh, my bad. I mean, technically, I don't need to have any dynamic lighting going on right now, so I might as well just have it daylight mode.
Ray tracing
Oh,
on.
that's right. I need to just do that and give you actual vision. I forgot to do that.
My eyes.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated.
Look who you specialize.
As you do hear the sounds of conversation echoing out into the air within the streets of Estera below, Jonathan, you'll see what seems to be a glistening blue like dome that seems to rise up the top of this nearby rooftops that you can see. Multiple sandstone like buildings that seem to align a large ringed city center. You will see that the mountains themselves seem to tower above the large rings that seem to move within the center of the city that seems to rest near the mountain's edge, creating a natural barrier around the capital itself. You will see that there are multiple large walls of the same sandstone like material that seems to cut off most of the vision from the inner rings that you can see from your perspective. However, there seems to be a large gathering of figures that seem to be maneuvering and shifting between the bazaar that is currently surrounding your current location. Uh, just out of curiosity, Jonathan, do you understand Infernal?
I do not. Best I got's giant.
You hear most of the conversation seems to be of a mixture of a language that you don't understand, except for the occasional sounds of broken common that does seem to call out every now and then from passing traders and merchants. As you do see what seems to be a large road, maybe a few blocks away from your current position, that seems to be the main road that leads to multiple gates between the two walls that you're currently residing in. There is a large crowd and line of carts and carriages that seem to be maneuvering between back and forth along that road. However, that is where most of the broken common seems to be coming from.
Is the wagon still on the side of the house?
Is the wagon at the side of the house? You look over. Indeed, it fucking is. It is sitting in the back, awaiting, and you will notice that sitting on this side of the building, a little off the map, you will notice that there is indeed a two-story carriage that seems to be sitting there as well. Lights are on inside.
Good. We can get breakfast there tomorrow. We should rest.
At this moment in time, you guys are still on the roof.
Is there a hatch on the roof? The lantern light?
You look around. There does seem to be a staircase that leads down over here, and there seems to be another staircase that leads up to the glass dome to the top.
Right, yeah, let's make our way inside.
May as well.
Making your way down the steps. Daisy,
Yeah.
as you make your way down the steps here, you will notice the usual guard that was watching over the front door is not the same.
Oh.
The Cambion like individual, much older, gentleman wearing the armor seems to have been replaced with a uh, much more armored and seems to be a familiar sight to one of the guardsmen of the main bazaar towards the southeast. That seems to be standing in the front door instead.
I gesture them to go back up the stairs.
I just go back up the stairs.
Once we're up there, whisper, I'm like, yeah, there's one of the bazaar guards in front of the house.
Of course it is.
What do we do now?
Is there another way in, Professor?
Do I know of another way in?
You've only been here one night. You never really explored the roof.
Let's kind of shrug at Daisy. I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, we could look around. I'm unsure. Back up and see if I can't find an alternate.
I'll cast guidance on him and say, good luck.
Go ahead and roll me either a perception or investigation, please.
Oh, not bad.
Hey,
Which
pretty good.
guidance?
You also got that D4?
Get that D4.
Yeah, let me add a D4 into that.
Let's see that 4, baby.
One. Dirty
20.
20.
Dirty 20. With relative ease, especially given your previous antics, if there isn't the front door, you can always check the window upstairs. You go over towards the dome, up to towards the top, and you do see that there is indeed a glass door outside of the glass dome that you could have used.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll just kind of come back and quietly shuffle everyone toward the glass door.
You make your way over and pull the lever. It is locked.
Is there a lock on the outside? Can I unlock it?
Roll me Tinker's, not Tinker's, Thieves' Tools check, please.
Okay. Ba-boom. 28.
I'm
Doesn't
assuming
come in
big
here.
numbers. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You easily lean down, take your tool either into the lock, and there is a slight fizzing sound as you unlock the lock. And as you open it, you'll notice that a slight sigil of arcane energy fizzles out before essentially fading away.
That could have been bad. Should have known.
As a slight bit of static electricity seems to fizzle out, knowing that your father was known to probably leave that behind for any nasty individuals
Sure.
that might have come around. You were able to disarm the trap while unlocking it. Make your way in to what seems to be the staircase leading to a hidden panel towards the back of what seems to be some form of wooden structure.
Okay.
I'm assuming you push.
Yes.
Okay. You push the wooden panel only to see what seems to be a relatively weightless construct being pushed aside to display the inside of your father's office, displaying what seems to be a false bookshelf that was resting in the inside of it. You are able to step in and make your way into your father's office without any issues. However, you will notice sitting in the opposite side of the room, currently sitting in a chair, what seems to be a familiar looking Cambion. Uh, female currently wearing leather-like armor that seems to cover most of her form in a dark black like fashion. Seems to be currently resting, eyes closed. Seems to be unaware of your current presence.
Okay.
Is it the
Uh,
commander?
you recognize this to be the first Lieutenant Pheresius.
Yeah, then Professor wouldn't know who she is. Only Dune and I would. 'Cause
Would
Professor
I
had
not?
met her. No, it was only me and Dune who met her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would see this Cambion-like female currently slumbering in your father's chair, unaware that you're currently in the room. However, you do see what seems to be two curved scimitars, one of which seems to be resting on her lap, and her hand seems to be resting on the handle. The other seems to be resting aside against the desk, still sheathed. Both of them.
Did you try to disarm her?
Can certainly try.
Hmm. How receptive she is. You know, just to be safe, let's do that.
Do what?
Disarm her. Get the scimitars quietly.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please. As you are all waiting outside for the professor, as you do see him make his way inside of the glass door of the dome on top of the roof. Oh, Vrek is also blind. One moment.
I did it.
Vrek, we're back in this era.
Okay.
I'll come back.
The group have asked Jazir to essentially teleport them back to the second ring of Estera to possibly rest up in a more safer location. The professor, you guys have been teleported to the roof of Howard, Roger Howard's noble house. The front door seems to be guarded by one of the bazaar's guardsmen instead of the normal Cambion guard that you're used to. And the professor has gone into the glass dome on the roof, and you guys are waiting for him to clear it out. 28 with your stealth check, Professor. You move in. She's quietly snoring, holding one scimitar. You reach over, easily able to take the scimitar from the desk without any problems. Reaching out, placing it aside over towards the bed, which is out of reach. I
Excellent.
will say, as you move up, if you're wishing to fully disarm her, this will be a sleight of hand check.
Did you say
Okay.
disarm her or disarm her?
Can I,
Why not
since
both?
she's sleeping, can I get advantage?
Because of the fact that you're physically taking something that she's very much gripping onto during her sleep, it's going to be hard to actually take the blade from her.
Okay. All right.
So this is where the sleight of hand comes in without
All right.
the advantage.
All right. Give it a whirl.
23. You at first take the scabbard, allowing you to pull that away and take a moment to check out the curved light blade, which she still has a very vice-like grip onto the handle. You're able to pull that away, only for you to gingerly, almost Indiana Jones style, reach out
Yes.
for one of your father's trinkets. That seems to
Yes.
be a small cylindrical, like paperweight, just look over, wait a second, wait until she snores and like breathes in for that moment, for that slight second for her grip to loosen, just a second for to switch it out. You're able to take the blade away from her and slip it into the scabbard. Both blades are to the side, on the bed to the side. But she is currently disarmed, still sleeping.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll go back out for everyone is and say there's a Cambion. Well, I'll bring the swords with me just to show everyone. So there's a Cambion sleeping in my father's office. Did he say anything to you about?
Would I recognize the blade?
Uh, they seem to be relatively well-made blades. Do show slight signs of the black-like material of Essrena, or Estera in particular. However, it seems to be mostly a mix, not a full enhancement that you see most of the guards.
So an alloy.
It seems to be mostly an alloy, yeah. A partial effect, but both of them seem to be relatively well made. One could say definitely mastercraft material.
Right. Well, Professor, can you like describe her, or it, or whatever they are?
Yeah. I will say within a little bit of time you can give the relative description, and there is a hint of recognition.
Oh,
Oh, that's what's her name?
the lieutenant.
Yeah, her.
Yeah,
What's she doing here?
that's Taliesa's lieutenant.
Yeah.
I get down.
Why is she sleeping in my father's office?
We're about to find out, aren't we?
Yep. I'll follow behind Daisy.
All right. Everyone seems to be making their way in.
Yeah, I'll go back
As you
down.
guys make your way down, it's quite obvious that the both of you are not exactly the most silent,
Nope.
as the
Yeah.
heavier footsteps down the staircase does cause the obvious sound of shuffling to be heard, a very clear sound of female cursing in Infernal echoing out into the air. As Dune, you can very clearly hear the first lieutenant shouting out, "Where the fuck are they?" Before she quickly rushes over and seems to clamber over towards where you would believe the bed is. As you open up the false entrance to the bookcase, you can see that the first lieutenant is currently checking over the scabbards and the blades, checking them over for a moment before looking over her shoulder, brings one of these scimitars out for a second, only to stop and glance over towards you, Daisy and Dune.
At ease, lieutenant.
I'm just sitting in Infernal. We'll calm down. Just us.
She will scabbard the blade, slowly begin to reattach them back to her sides. Greetings. What are you all doing here?
Seeking respite.
Nice. Yeah. What she said.
So you had the same idea. Good to know. Yes, just friendly heads up. There's not much left in the kitchen. There's also not a lot left in the canteens of alcohol.
Oh.
That only matters for Dune.
The bazaar people came through recently, tried to get as much as they could, but a few of them got cooked in the process. I simply followed in and made myself at home. But they have someone up at front, and I haven't found a way out since.
That's why we came through the roof.
Yes, did not know that. Good to know. Um, in that case, I am going to get myself some booze. And she's gonna push herself up
I
and
hold her
start
shoulder
making.
as she passes by. Did he make it
Yes.
out?
Sorry, what?
Did he make it out?
You see her smile for a moment. The plan has been going as arranged.
Good.
We will see what things happen in the next few weeks. However, please continue your business for now. Try not to interfere.
No,
If
we won't.
there are things that need to be done, I will let you know.
Well, this may or may not be the last time we see each other. So,
I hope not.
good luck.
Yes. She will nod, look over towards you, Dune, give a nod, look over towards you, Professor, give a slight nod, a hint of recognition
back.
for a moment before making her way out. You guys will see the Cambion of much lighter like skin make her way out in the dark like armor. Walks over, steps out, looks over towards all of you and smiles for a moment, gives a wave. Hello there. Well, hello there. And she looks over towards Jonathan. Looks you up and down
Hello.
for a second.
Hello, miss.
You're a tall one.
I seem to be.
Do you drink?
Not often.
What about socially?
Depends on the brew.
I'm sure I can find something of your taste.
Nothing too fancy, more down to earth. Jonathan chuckles to himself.
I can definitely find something of your tastes.
So basically cheap.
If you're not too busy, of course.
I go where Daisy directs right now.
You see her curse out an infernal for a second. Then perhaps maybe not tonight. But if you are ever around, tall man, do let me know. Wouldn't be very much interested in future conversation. She will quickly brush by you, giving you a slight nudge, finding a bit of weight to her shoulder brushed against you, as she seems to be quite physically strong and athletic in her own militaristic like way. Will give you a slight wave before leaving the rest of the group and making her way down the stairs without another word.
I'll take quick inventory of anything if I've been pilfered.
Investigation check.
I don't think she was trying to take anything, Jonathan. Just man to man, you know.
She was doing what we call
Jonathan.
flirting.
Jonathan turns to Dune like he's giving him a look like he's seen some shit.
Jonathan, you
Wordless.
do
You know what?
indeed
Enough said.
find, as you pat yourself down, you find what seems to be a piece of parchment that has been placed into your pocket.
I guess I will see what it is.
You'll find
Subtly,
seems
of
to
course.
be the Crimson Curtain, room 34.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Jonathan will nod, fold it up, keep it in sort of a easy access pocket.
Just for note, it will also say the third ring.
What was the room again?
Room 34.
Yep.
As the Cambion will step away, you check the pocket, look down at the parchment, open it, take note of the contents. But nothing else seems to be missing or remains to have been placed at this moment in time.
Okay.
Well, if we're staying here for the night, I'm going to go pilfer what's left. And I'm going
Careful
to the
not to alert
kitchen.
the guard.
She
is
made
all.
a good point. I'll Be quiet. I will slowly make my way to the
I look at Jizzy. I'm like, how well can you defensively foolproof this building in the next minute?
Uh, that is a that is a good question. Not very well. Not in my repertoire.
God, I hope he's quiet. That's all I hope.
He is going to. Actually, he does have one thing that he can do. There is one thing that he can do. He's gonna just look at you. However, I have one thing that I can do to stop the noise. However, I don't think that he is going to be happy. And he points over towards Dune.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Dune, you start to make your way down the stairs and charge forwards in the embrace, try and discover whatever you can, only to be. Actually, no. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Dangerousness won't kick in here with it.
I will say sure.
Okay.
It's just a natural instinct, so sure. 21 will actually succeed. Okay. So you feel the sensation of a sphere of energy beginning to surround you, Dune, as you've seen this before.
I fought this shit
As
twice.
and you're able to dive out of it before it completely solidifies, as Jazir does indeed try and cast Oluluk's resilient sphere around Dune.
I will look back with a look of like, how dare you?
Actually,
I
I
was
would like
simply
to.
following
I
orders.
wouldn't. Before he even speaks, I would say, "You triggered a glyph."
Hold on, this is the there you go. That's the look I'm giving right now.
Oh, I'm lying to dude. I'm saying he triggered a glyph.
Insight check. I know what Daisy is.
13 versus 10. You believe, Dune, that there might be something there. You do feel that slight sensation of the hairs rising up and a hint of danger in the area. You're not entirely sure what it is, but there might be something around you that could trigger.
You know, if you say so, I'll just be more careful
Okay.
as I sneak off.
I will say, after a while, Dune, you will find that the entirety of the alcohol seems to have been pilfered, including some of the hidden spaces behind nearby bookshelves and behind a few nearby trinkets. However, you will find what seems to be a small little statue of a mastiff with a bone in its mouth, and you'll pick it up and shake it and hear the sounds of liquid from within.
I will try to figure out how to undo the top and smell it.
There you go.
You find that if you just turn the bone, there is actually a slight little hole on the side that opens up to create a small little canteen that you can essentially drink from the bone part. But you do smell liquor from inside. And as you're starting to sample the small little bottle, you'll see Jazir look over towards you, tilt his head slightly, as you are like sampling small little pieces of jerky and whatever crumbs you found in the remaining cupboards. He is going to be nice to you for what he did and cast creation. So he's going to essentially double or triple the amount of the alcohol that you had in that bottle and just pour it out into a nice little a nice little jug, as well as turn it into a fine little feast of hams and chicken and whatever crumbs that you're able to find. He will indeed turn it into a decent sized meal.
Dune will look in shock and look back at him. You would do this for me?
I am allowing everyone to have a means of food and drink for the night. But yes, of course, I do not see why not.
I put my hand on his shoulder. If you need anybody taken care of, you let me know. Okay.
Just
I
looks at
got
you
you.
blankly. Just
I will take note of it.
Now we'll get to eating.
um, and after a moment, seeing how much Dune is eating, we'll cast creation again. So there is enough food for everyone here to at least get a decent meal tonight. So no need to dip into rations. There is also enough water in the space with the unlimited bottles of endless water that you find within the restrooms and lavatories within the private quarters that you find within the space. Everyone here is able to get a good shower, get a good rest, and get a good wash. As Jonathan, you will find the space to be relatively quiet and relatively humble, even in comparison to your previous travels. The space is relatively quiet. The upstairs seems to have 5 private quarter rooms, except for the office space that you had previously entered through. You'll find that there's a large number of different magical trinkets that seem to align a lot of the bookshelves and walls of this place. And you'll see what seems to be a few pictures of what seems to be a gathering of uh, figures in robes that seem to be holding tomes in one hand. You'll see what seems to be a picture of a gentleman with glasses, a beard that seems to be graying partially human, that seems to be resting, kneeling down against a much smaller looking figure that has a strange comparison to the professor. That's currently holding what seems to be a tome that looks exactly like the professor's. Uh,
Nice.
However, you also see there's multiple other pictures and detailings of what seems to be a previous adventurer's uh, gathered possessions. You will find downstairs what seems to be a relatively empty looking space, partially turned over. The front living room does show a nice little couch and dining room table, which is now currently filled with all forms of food and drink. You'll see what seems to be a small study space with a much larger looking sitting chair. That seems relatively plush with an almost leather like back. The kitchen is mostly barren, with all the cupboards and the contents within mostly empty. However, you can see outside there is a small window that leads out towards the south side of the building that can be seen facing over here.
Jonathan will definitely mention something along the lines of why. And I know you know this area, but why is there a painting of you to
Me?
the professor?
This is my dad owns this house.
Um, I can see why you came here.
Yes,
He's also the greatest wizard of all time.
that too. That part shouldn't be understated either.
On toes.
Well,
No, it's true. Infamy of his leadership should be spread across the world.
Yes.
Infamy is
Thank
the
you,
right
Brett.
word you people use, right?
Sure.
Okay, good.
That'll work here, yeah. I think so.
All right. As you all begin to gather and rest, finding yourselves comfortable in your own respective places, Is there anyone wishing to do anything while you guys are in a more safer location?
If anyone
I
wants to
think-
search that
Oh.
office,
Vanon's going to the office. Okay.
you're just searching it.
Searching it.
Yep.
Okay.
Careful.
All right. Searching the office itself, you do see that there is indeed, apart from the large floating projection that seems to rest atop the large desk that seems to align one side of the wall. You can see that there's a number of different trinkets of different sizes that seem to align most of the shelves. However, all of them seem to have been untouched, while the remainder of the house seems to be pilfered for most of its recent contents. You'll see that there is a few drawers amongst the desk itself that all seem to be closed, as well as what seems to be a glass case that seems to be resting directly above the desk itself. However, the glass seems to be almost shadowed over by some magical means to hide the contents within.
Hmm. Fane will ask the professor about that.
Sorry about what?
The glass case over the desk.
Professor looks at it. Do I know anything offhand about it? Rob?
No idea.
Professor just shrugs. I don't know.
Is it how's the glass case? Is it just like floating in midair?
No, it is currently embedded in the wall, directly next to what seems to be a bookshelf, directly over the desk. You'll see that the handle next to it does seem to have a golden like tinge to the metal. However, the dark wooden like exterior seems to cloud over any particular light that seems to be shone on it, almost as if it seems to consume the light in an almost dark like black.
Hmm.
Almost
point
kind of
it
like
out
a
to the
matte
professor
like
again.
color, essentially, that seems to consume the light instead of reflect it.
I'll point it out to the professor again.
Okay. Hello.
Just a kitty cat.
I
Just his
believe
kitty
he said
cat.
you hear a faint meow in the distance.
Yep, you hear faint meow in the distance.
The cat calls for destruction and chaos. He demands entertainment.
And Dune shall answer. Wait, what? No.
Yes.
No. He's supposed to be asleep.
Let's see. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything that allows you to see inside of this particular box at the moment. And Professor, you don't exactly know what's going on with it. You haven't really seen it before. Didn't really pay
Yeah.
too much attention.
No idea, man. Potentially something that'll get you killed, but
They're
never know.
saying we should open it.
Oh no.
I
Don't
will
open
say
it.
this. Both of you can see that even though there is a golden handle to it, there is no keyhole.
I know I'm not gonna. It's obviously
Is there,
trapped in some way.
is there a spot for like an impression from like a ring or something like that?
Uh, roll me a perception check, please. or investigation if you're wishing to touch.
No.
Okay. 12. Looking it over for a second, there does seem to be partial imprints that show signs of maybe some form of either touch, of either some form of instrument, ring, or even a digit such as a finger or thumb.
So, do you happen to have a ring with a family cresty stuff on it?
Yeah, I have my family ring.
I wonder if that would touch it and what would happen.
I don't know. I mean, if it's not the key, it's probably something bad. You want to try it?
You might have to because I don't think because I'm not related.
Sure, but I mean, I feel like if my father intended for anyone but him to open it, he would have told me.
Think of all the money that could be inside there.
Yeah, I was thinking about what can happen to me.
Yeah, you only live once. Plus, your father wouldn't kill you, would he?
No, he wouldn't personally, but he might have put something on this, not assuming I wouldn't try to open it.
I mean, how many of his traps are really that deadly?
A lot.
You should do it, Professor. As Van takes a couple of more steps back out.
No, yeah, no, I'm not gonna mess around with this. I've been burned before. I'm not gonna get burned again on this.
Don't worry, this radiation won't kill you. Immediately steps
Uh-huh.
out the room.
Not now. Maybe some other time, but there's no way I'm trying that.
Apart from that, you do see what seems to be a small console at the bottom that seems to mostly project and control the large major projection that seems to rise and float above the main desk. Everything else seems to be relatively mundane or simply knowledge of previous expeditions and geography of the Empire and the surrounding lands that seem to litter most of the bookcases. Anyone else wishing to do something?
Van's going to find one of the rooms that's empty and small and run off into there.
All right.
Crash anywhere randomly. Doesn't really matter where I sleep at.
All right. So Dune is finding the dining room table.
Yep. Basically.
Daisy
Yeah.
takes one of the rooms upstairs.
Breck's kind of the same, sleepless though, so he's just gonna watch and think of inventions.
Jonathan is definitely looking for a very comfortable place to rest.
You would find indeed one of the private quarters upstairs does have a reasonably nice looking large room, private lavatory in the back, which does seem to have a shower and a endless supply of water from an everlasting bottle that seems to be rooted to the walls of the building. Most of them are reasonably plush and comfortable. Anything else anyone wishes to do during this
No,
time?
I got nothing.
All right, so who is where? So I know.
Doing kitchen.
Doing
Dune
Vert
is in
downstairs
kitchen.
and the rest upstairs, right?
Yeah, I'll just sleep in the bedroom I slept in last time when we were here.
Oh,
Okay.
could I have I'm sorry, could I have put alarm up on I guess just the entryway?
The entryway to the front door.
Um
Excuse me.
That's your.
Everybody's up in this upper area, right? And up higher.
I'd say at least 5 of the group are taking up the private quarters. I'd say the professor probably would take his father's room.
So this is the front door, right?
The front door is actually down here where this guard is.
Oh, is this all out?
This is the staircase that leads up to the glass dome that you guys had entered through
Okay.
at the roof.
Yeah, let's do the quarters. That's fine.
All right.
Yeah. Set up my security system.
So you got just your room. Okay. So Rex's room is
Oh no, I'm not in.
alarm.
I'm not. I'm sitting in a. Okay, so
That's right.
So I'm the way to get up to the quarters. You said there was a staircase to go.
There's a staircase to get up to the second.
Yeah,
floor,
I'm gonna
yes.
do that opening of the staircase
Okay.
at the base. So if anybody goes up or down that we don't know, it'll be a mental alarm.
All right. You will all take your time. Is there anyone wanting to take a watch tonight?
I'll take first
Or
one.
anyone
on
wishing
that.
to do during the night itself?
I'll take a
I said
watch.
your
Why not?
Discord on it.
All right.
I'll be watching the whole night. So
All right. Dune, you will be taking the first watch after indulging a fine amount of food that has been
Yes.
handed over to you with the magical abilities of Jazir. You see him make his way over to the large study area and sit himself down in the large leather chair that you had seen Roger Howard sitting in before. See him sit down, find himself comfortable, looks over towards you.
You, big beast man.
Mm-hmm.
You are of a denizen of the West, yes.
Yes, I am.
You are very far away from your home. Very far away indeed. I must ask, what brings you here?
Disagreements with my previous pack leader.
I am assuming that these supposed disagreements are of fatal intentions.
More or less.
As are things with a pack. It is only natural for the animalistic natures to overtake creatures like yourselves.
Yeah. It was well, how do you people say it? A difference in interests, I think is how you would put it.
Usually that is why a person would deter away from a pack. They no longer see eye to eye with its intentions, maybe divert away from its true nature of things. But you also know what happens in many cases of that. They call that an omega. An outcast of usual circumstance, as they say. But you know what they say about certain omega.
I don't.
He leans in, gives a slight chuckle as he reaches out. You'll see the bottle of liquor that he had created and enhanced from the small one that you had taken from the small dog, mastiff and bone, like flask, which you still hold in your hands. As he will take a sip from the floating bottle before leading it down.
It is destined that the Omega kills the Alpha, or the Alpha kills the Omega. There is a natural course of things, they say, that they are drawn together eventually.
You'll do.
It is
Good.
natural
A
that you will
smile
return.
will slowly creep across the student's face, and I'm hearing that. I look very forward to putting his head on my wall.
You see, you embrace the animalistic side of things. That is why I find your folk fascinating.
It makes life a lot simpler.
Tell me, friend. I recognize that this is not of natural circumstance. I have come across shifters in the past. But you are not born this way, were you?
I really don't remember. I don't really remember anything from when I was younger. It's just all a blur.
What if I could possibly offer you a deal?
You look him kind of up and down. Go on.
What if I had the ability to help you remember? To maybe change what might have happened? Unless you are wishing to embrace the animalistic side of things, I could possibly offer a sense of... what is the word? Purity?
As much as I would like to remember, I'm quite happy with the life I have now. I wouldn't change
You
it for
see him
anything.
chuckle out for a second, giving a slight nod of his head.
Ah, good. Perhaps I'm not wrong about you. Maybe we can see eye to eye with a few things along this trip, Mr. Dunn.
I hope so too, Jazir.
He will sit down and take another swig of the alcohol before offering the much larger bottle towards you.
Do you even ask? And I just go ahead and grab it.
Take it.
Throw it
Swigs.
back.
Reasonably decent alcohol, not the stuff that you're more used to traveling, more of the cheaper stuff to make sure that you can take the hit off. But this is definitely premium liquor for the more higher end sense of things. A nice little trip away from the madness. Your time eventually ends, as Jazir will eventually slip away into slumber, allowing you to have the end of your shift to allow Vrek to take over.
I will just. Actually, no, I'm taking the bottle with me. I'm taking the bottle with me to bed.
Find yourself comfortable at the dining room table.
Mm-hmm.
Starfish. Eventually, Vrek, you will find that apart from the occasional shifting outside of the windows and the sound of footsteps approaching the front door, sounds of conversation echoing out between the pair of individuals outside before it seems that there is a slight shift, change of the guards outside, but nothing else afoot.
Okay. I don't think I have anything I want to do. See, I'm just chilling and working on plans for my jetpack.
I will say that blueprints
Mhm.
for both Harry's scope and Rex jetpack at this point are now complete.
Ooh,
Hey.
baby.
You just now to make the actual construction of these items.
Mm-hmm. Sweet.
The details of which I will give over to both of you over the week.
Yeah.
Give me some homework. I've got a lot of homework this week.
Bro, I'll do it as well. Since
Bro.
we have,
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
since
do.
we
I have,
seem
like-
to have full control of the house. Can I scavenge for anything I might need for the scope now that I've got a plan?
I will say, scavenging through the entirety of the house, anything that was of particular value, such as metal cups, silverware, anything that would be of particular value that the bazaar people had probably pilfered through on the first floor, has been taken. It seems that they avoided the second floor because you can see, mostly because of the fact that, as you would have recognized from not only Daisy but also Vannon and Jonathan's view with their natural passive perception, that there were particular scorch marks that were covering the staircase.
Okay.
You would have recognized that a lot of the scorch marks had shown signs that people had tried to ascend the staircase, however, were immediately propelled by some form of either static or lightning based energy. You know that all of you were not affected by this. Mainly because you had ascended and descended these stairs multiple times, knowing that you had already been whitelisted essentially for the protection of the spell. The only one that would have been of danger and note would have been Jonathan, since he had not been triggered. However, after the professor is able to quickly administer the effects of the spell, you're able to turn it off within time.
Excellent.
Real quick, before Dune goes to bed, I'll meet him and give him a potion of speed, and say and basically tell him that this will make you faster in battle. I'm sure you'll figure out a time to use it wisely.
I'm assuming that's
yeah.
a potion of haste.
It's called potion of speed, but yeah.
Ah, yes. Okay.
I just laugh. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate this.
Yes, no worries. Good night.
Good night.
All right. If no one else has anything they wish to do during the nighttime,
Bannon will write those scrolls into his book. Well, the 3 he can do, or 2 he can do right now.
all right. Go ahead and spend the gold needed for those particular materials. So, which spells are you doing?
Fabricate and uh, magic circle.
All right. And let's see. So you're doing fabricates?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Can you go ahead and post in your copying spells ability, if you don't mind, the feature?
Where's that?
Should be
Under-
near wizard.
Yeah, isn't it? Wizard, is it? The features?
Should be wizard. Your spell book, copying a spell into book. Here we go. When you find a spell of level 1 or higher, you can add it to your spell book if you prepare and you spare the time to decipher and copy it. So Each level of the spell takes 2 hours and 50 gold.
I just do one more.
So it's fabricate is a level
4.
4, so that's 200 gold and 8 hours.
How long were you staying for the rest?
8 hours.
All right, I'll do magic circle then.
Okay. Magic Circle is level 3, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So Magic Circle is going to be 6 hours and 150 gold pieces of materials, which is consumed, and you now have Magic Circle within your spellbook.
Yeah.
At the end of the long rest, you regain your hit points. If you have points of exhaustion, you regain 1 point of exhaustion. Or you lose 1 point of exhaustion, should I say. If you have spell slots, you get your spell slots back. If you have hit dice, you gain half of them back.
Hooray.
And as we get to that start, yeah, that is time, surprisingly enough. Right on
Yep.
time.
Right on time. A little early.
So,
Hey.
Hey, Rob.
new day has started. It is officially 7 days until the bounty is over. 1 week.
Yep.
I'm
See, I
sure
brought
we'll
these
get it
from
done
your
in time. We're
fun.
always very punctual.
And you did confirm